I want a day off. Yeah, so if you want to say that, here are the options. Jeg vil have en dag af. Jeg vil at have en dag fri. Jeg vil have en fridag. Jeg vil have fri dag. Jeg vil have en dag af. Jeg vil at have en dag fri. Jeg vil have en fridag. Jeg vil have fri dag. Which one is correct? Think about it. Yeah. Okay, so let's go and see the answer. Jeg vil have en fridag. Ikke? This one. Jeg vil have en fridag. It's one word. It's not two words, because that would be like a day that is free. Like you have liberty, but we don't say that. We don't say en fri dag. That's no. So the fourth one is wrong. And this first one is, well, that's just a direct translation from English. So you don't want to say that. En dag af. No, we don't say that. And the second one is, some learners, they make this mistake because they say jeg vil at, and like, oh, I want to, something like that. But that is wrong. You don't say jeg vil at. You just say jeg vil and then the verb. The verb in this case is have or have. So this is the one. Jeg vil have en fridag. Okay, moving on. This one. I love his movies. Yeah, okay, you love his movies. Jeg elsker hans film. Jeg elsker hans filme. Jeg elsker hans film. Jeg elsker hans filmer. Okay, let's take a second. Think about it. Which one could it be? Which one is it? I love his movies. Jeg elsker hans film. Jeg elsker hans filme. Jeg elsker hans film. Jeg elsker hans filmer. That is the question. What to do? Okay, and the answer is jeg elsker hans film, because this is the same in singular and plural. Whether it's one or two or more movies, it's always film. Unless, of course, it's the definitive, then it's film, but that's different. So this is just movies in general. The second one, jeg elsker hans filme, no. And I hear this mistake a lot. I have students making this on a regular basis because they assume that you just put an E in the plural, but you don't, not in this case. In a lot of cases you do, but not here. So this is just film. Jeg elsker hans film, and that's it. The third one, jeg elsker hans film, is of course wrong because we're missing an R. This elske is the infinitive, but we don't want the infinitive, we want the present. You gotta have the R. Jeg elsker. It's very important. Jeg elsker hans film. And the fourth one is wrong because filmer is not a noun, it's a verb. Like jeg filmer, I'm filming, I'm recording a video. It's a different meaning. Yeah, so it is a word, it does exist, but it doesn't fit here. Okay? That is why this is the right answer. Okay. Næste. They're equally good. So, if they're equally good, what you got? De er lige gode. De er lige gode. De er lige så gode. De er lige så godt. I can imagine this will be a challenge to a lot of you. Let's think about it. De er lige gode. De er lige gode. De er lige så gode. De er lige så godt. Yeah, what to do? Ready for the answer? Let's see what it is. It is de lige gode, the second one. And why is that? Well, let's see. The first one is wrong because god or god, that is singular, right? But this is obviously plural because de, they, so it has to be plural. Therefore, it's de lige gode. And the third one, de lige så gode, it could be a sentence, but it doesn't fit here because lige så gode is like just as good, but then you would have to complete the sentence, right? Like lige så gode som før, as before. That is when you're comparing to something, so it doesn't work here. Right? It doesn't work in a sentence this short. That is why number 3 is also wrong. And the last one is de lige så godt. I mean, this is wrong because godt is for the singular it's. And like it godt spørgsmål, a good question. But you cannot use godt in the plural. Right? You simply can't. However, you can use it as an adverb. Right? Like you could say, de danser lige godt. They dance equally good or equally well. Right? But that's different. That's an adverb. Here it's an adjective. Therefore, it is number 2. Right? De lige gode, they're equally good. Move on. So this one. I'm home right now. Home right now. Jeg er hjemme lige nu. Jeg er hjem lige nu. Jeg er på hjemme lige nu. Jeg er i hjemme lige nu. Okay, let's take a look here. Jeg er hjemme lige nu. Jeg er hjem lige nu. Jeg er på hjemme lige nu. Jeg er i hjemme lige nu. Think about it. What to do? What is the answer? Jeg er hjemme lige nu. Right? Why? Well, here's why. Because the second one is hjem. But hjem is when you are going home. Right? So if I'm somewhere and I want to say, oh, I'm going home, then I would say, jeg går hjem. Right? Eller han er taget hjem. He went home. Because there is motion, there is movement. But when you're already home, then it's hjemme. Right? Because you're already there. And the third one, jeg er på hjemme lige nu. You don't say på hjemme. There is something called like på børnehjem, like on an orphanage, but that's completely different. Eh? You don't say på hjemme, and I see this mistake a lot. So please try to avoid it. Eh? So you don't say that either. Jeg er i hjemme. Yeah, you don't say that either. You don't need a preposition. You just say jeg er hjemme. Right? Because hjem is sort of like this, it's universal thing. It's not like other things where you say, jeg er på arbejde, or, jeg er hos tandlægen, or, something like that. You don't need a preposition. So, just hjemme. Right? Jeg er hjemme lige nu. That's it. So, she needs love. Hun bruger kærlighed. Hun har brug til kærlighed. Hun har behøve til kærlighed. Hun har brug for kærlighed. Let's try again. Hun bruger kærlighed. Hun har brug til kærlighed. Hun har behøve til kærlighed. Hun har brug for kærlighed. What do we do in this scenario? Which one is correct? Let's see what the answer is. Hun har brug for kærlighed. That is the right one. Now the other ones, what we got here. The first one, hun bruger kærlighed. That is wrong because bruger on its own means use, or uses as a third person. So that would be like she's using love. That's a different sentence. Like maybe she's using love to manipulate someone or whatever it is. It could also be a good purpose. But that is different. So not the first one. Hun har brug til kærlighed. I see this a lot also, because you know it's like har brug, but then you confuse it. You think it's til instead of for, right? But it is for, har brug for. That's really all I can say about that one. So the second one, no, don't do that. Hun har behøve til kærlighed. The third one, behøve also means need, but that is a verb, so that would be behøver, and that should be an R. Behøver, and then you wouldn't say til, you just say behøver kærlighed. But behøver is more like about the action you do, right? Or the thing you need to do, not so much the thing you need to have. So there's a difference. Har brug for is usually about the thing you need. Could also be about an action, but then it's an action because you feel a need to do it, not because the situation. You know what I mean? Like you could say, jeg har brug for at høre det. I need to hear it. But you wouldn't say, jeg har brug for at vente, like I need to wait, if it's a physical requirement of the situation, if it's a necessity. You see, it's not the same, right? So brug for, that is the key word here. Okay. Næste. What did you say? What did you say? Okay, I got. Hvad sagte du? Hvad sagde du? Hvad du sagde? Hvad sagde dig? Okay, this is a short one. Makes it a bit easier. Hvad sagte du? Hvad sagde du? Hvad du sagde? Hvad sagde dig? Yeah. How do we go about this? What to do in this case? Yeah. I mean, I think it's obvious, but of course it's from a teacher's perspective. I don't know how you feel. It's... The answer is... Hvad sagde du? Right? The second one. Hvad sagde du? Because it's a question, but one at a time. Hvad sagte du? That's not a thing. Okay, sagte is sort of like an adjective adverb. It means like quietly or not so loud. So it doesn't make sense to use it as a verb. And that's not gonna fly. It's not gonna fly at all. And the third one, hvad du sagde, would only work if it was a part of a sentence, right? Because it would be a statement. Like, jeg ved ikke, hvad du sagde. I don't know what you said. But you can see that you need the verb before the subject, right? If you want to make it a question. And you do, because it is a question, obviously. So yeah, and the fourth one is hvad sagde dig? I mean, that's wrong, because dig is the object, right? Like, jeg kender dig, I know you, because I'm doing it, and you are sort of receiving it, or you are being passive, right? So it doesn't make sense in this case. It has to be du. Hvad sagde du? Or some Danish people might like to say, hvad sagde du? Hvad sagde du? Right? Depending on the vibe and the situation. But yeah, that's how it is. Alright. Let's move on. Okay, this one. I'm sure this will be a challenge. He was about to jump. So, if he was about to jump, your options are: han var om at hoppe. Han skal til at hoppe. Han skulle til at hoppe. Han ville hoppe. Okay. Let's try again. Han var om at hoppe. Han skal til at hoppe. Han skulle til at hoppe. Han ville hoppe. Think. What's right? What's the right answer? Alright, let's see what it is. Let's see what the right answer is. Han skulle til at hoppe. Yes, and here's why. The first one, han var om at hoppe. You might think that this is the answer because you think, oh well, in English was about var om, because often means about. But that is not the case here. It doesn't work here. So it's not the first one. Han skal til at hoppe. That could work in the present tense. Skal is, well, in this case, is about to jump, but it's wrong because he was about to jump. So it has to match. The tense has to be the same. It's not the second one either. And the fourth one is, well, you could say it, but again, in a different context. Han ville hoppe means he wanted to jump. But it's not about him wanting to, it's just about what he was about to do. Therefore you say, han skulle til at hoppe, implying that he was interrupted before he did it. Then his phone rang, or he saw a cookie on the ground, or whatever. So yeah, beautiful. And we move on. Now she's sleeping. Okay, what are our options? Nå hun sover. Nu hun sover. Nå hun sover. Nu sover hun. Nu hun sover. Nu hun sover. Nu hun sover. Nu sover hun. To be honest, some of these, they drive me crazy to say because they're so incorrect. But anyway, what's the right one? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of basic. So let's see. I think most of you can guess this one. Nu sover hun. Nu sover hun. Because the first one, nu hun sover, wrong. You need inversion. Right? Nu is an adverb, right? Something to do with time or place, location, or prepositions. You got this inversion going on. So that's wrong. It is nu sover hun. The second one, nu hun sover. And some of you, especially if your native language is English, you might be tempted to say this because you're like, oh yeah, she is sleeping. Yeah, but we don't say that in Danish. And this is not like English or Spanish or any other languages where you say like am doing or is doing or something. No. Just use the regular present tense. There is something for the present continuous, but it's not nearly as important as in English. For a lot of the time, you can just use the present tense. So it's the same thing about the third one, and that's even, more wrong, you could say, because it's nu hun, so it also lacks inversion. So remember inversion, and remember we don't say and then a verb in Danish. That is English, that is not Danish. Very nice. The næste, we got, so I admit this is just a fragment of a sentence, but that's because I don't want it to take up too much place on the screen, so I keep it short. But it's still valuable, you can still learn from it. So you got this one. In my opinion, whatever your opinion is, and maybe you could say, I min mening, med min mening, inde i min mening, efter min mening. I min mening, med min mening, inde i min mening, efter min mening. Okay, what do we do? In my opinion, so it doesn't matter what follows. You don't need to worry about that. It's just like if you have an opinion, you want to start this way, which one is correct? I'll tell you, it is efter min mening, and some of you guessed it. I min mening, yeah, it's tempting because, oh yeah, in is I. But no, it is not that. Right? It's just not the right preposition here. Med min mening, that could work with something else, right? But not here. It's not what you're gonna put in this case. Inde i min mening, I've never heard such a thing before. inde i means inside, like inside of something. Inde i mit hus, inside my house, or inside your mouth, or whatever. So it's not gonna work here. Efter min meaning is right. It's sort of like by my opinion, and like by, like in accordance with my opinion. That's the way you wanna look at it. Yeah. So if you guessed that, awesome. Okay. Moving on. I'm thinking about a goat. This is so useful. I guess I'm watching too much How I Met Your Mother. But anyway, so if you're thinking about a goat, jeg tænker på en ged. Jeg tænker om en ged. Jeg tænker over en ged. Han tænker i en ged. One of these is pretty obvious, but anyway. Jeg tænker på en ged. Jeg tænker om en ged. Jeg tænker over en ged. Han tænker i en ged. Let's look at it. Let's see what it is. Jeg tænker på en ged. So, the second one, jeg tænker om en ged. We don't say that. Right? That would be like, det jeg tænker om geden er. What I'm thinking about the goat is, you're talking about what you're thinking about it, but not just that you're thinking about it. You see the difference? Like, what are the thoughts you're having about it? Yeah, det jeg tænker om situationen er, what I'm thinking about the situation is. So it's different. Po is the one when you want to say, oh, this is on my mind. This is, like they say, oh, don't think about a pink elephant, and then you think about that, right? Like the thing that's having your attention right now. Tænker på. Tænker over. No. Tænker over is more like thinking about, like considering or contemplating, and you're thinking it over. Det vil jeg tænke over. I'll think about that. But here, it's nothing about decisions or pondering. It's just a goat, right? So, And the last one, maybe I made this one too easy, because of course, it's not han is he. And also, it is not I, right? You don't say tænker I. Well, you could probably find some obscure example, but it would have a different meaning. Jeg tænker på en ged. Don't we all? Næste. Yeah. This is going to be tricky for you. I know it well. You're wrong or mistaken. Like you're talking to someone and they are wrong, like factually wrong. What they're saying is incorrect. So, what we got? Du er forkert. Du tager fejl. Du er galt. Du er fejl. Du er forkert. Du tager fejl. Du er galt. Du er fejl. Yeah, this one is quite interesting. What do we do? What do we do? Yeah. Let's see what the answer is. Du tager fejl. The second one. Du tager fejl. Tager, if you want to say it very slowly. Du er forkert. That is tempting because forkert does mean wrong. Like I could say, det er et forkert svar. It's a wrong answer. But you don't say it about a person. Well, you could kind of get away with it grammatically, but then it sounds like they are wrong, like as a human being. Like they're not supposed to be that way. So that is very, very different. You want to avoid saying that. And du er galt is, we don't say that. Like, galt means wrong, like there's a problem. Like hvad er galt? What's wrong? Eller det gik galt. It went wrong. So it is different. And du er fejl is, no, because fejl means mistake or mistakes is the same. So you can't say that. Or you could say, du er en fejl, you are a mistake. Maybe it's a failed clone in a movie, I don't know, but, so you don't say that. No, it's du tager fejl, right? Because it's like you take the mistake, and even though it sounds weird, you are addressing or taking the situation the wrong way. That is why we say, du tager fejl. And you would also say it in the past tense. Like if you later found out that you were wrong, you would say, jeg tog fejl. And tog, I took. T-O-G, jeg tog fejl. So yeah, this is a tough one for a lot of learners, but do try to remember it. Yeah. Vi spiser 2 gange om dagen. Vi spiser 2 gange om dagen. Right? Så vi spiser 2 gange om dagen is we eat 2 times a day or twice a day. And what you'll see here is that 2 gange om dagen is like twice a day. Right? So how often you do something, how many times you do something is because it's like repeating itself. And it's the same with like the week or year or month or anything like that. And you say and then you say dagen, ugen, måneden, året. That's how it is. So this is a very important thing that you have to know. Alright. Vores forældre danser et par gange om ugen. Vores forældre danser et par gange om ugen. Our parents dance a couple of times a week. So again, look at this. Et par gange om ugen. A couple of times a week. Because it's every week. It's like a cycle. It's repeating itself. Jeg spiller tennis om mandagen. Jeg spiller tennis om mandagen. So I play tennis on Mondays. Now, mandagen literally means the Monday. So it could also be a specific Monday. But generally speaking, like if you have some activities that you do on certain weekdays, like every week, then you will say om mandagen, om tirsdagen, om onsdagen. Yeah, that might be weird for you if you're thinking in English, like why is it the Monday, the Tuesday, etc. But that is just how we say it. Yeah. Jeg spiller tennis om mandagen. Beautiful. De fleste sover om natten. De fleste sover om natten. Most people sleep during the night. Or I could say most people sleep at night. At night. Because om natten, just as it's om dagen, is like during, like at that time, because it's repeating itself. De fleste sover om natten. And also notice here that it says de fleste, but it doesn't say de fleste mennesker or folk or personer or any of these words that we have for people. That is because we already know from the context that we're talking about people. De fleste sover om natten. Okay, moving on. Vi arbejder om dagen. Vi arbejder om dagen. We work during the day or we work a day. In the daytime. Vi arbejder om dagen. So this is actually the same as the other one. Om natten, om dagen. That's what we say. You can also say it about animals. Like some are more active at night, for example, bats or whatever. So it's very useful in that context. Alright. So the next one. Filmen starter om 2 minutter. Filmen starter om 2 minutter. Okay, the movie starts in 2 minutes. This is different because you see the translation here. Why is it in? Like that doesn't make sense, right? From your perspective. But it does. It really does. Because in Danish, when you are counting down, like there's a counter, there's a clock, there's some time remaining, time left, then you say okay? 2 minutter. And I'm gonna repeat this because it's very easy to make a mistake here. Like you might want to say I 2 minutter, but no, don't say I, because I is like for 2 minutes, right? So obviously you can't say that here. You could say it in another context, Like, vi så en film i 2 minutter. Right? We saw a movie for 2 minutes. I mean, it's a very short movie, but grammatically you can say it. So like E is for how long it will last or is lasting or lasted. But is like counting down, like 2 minutes left before the movie starts. Yeah, this is very important, so please don't forget. Alright, we move on. Jeg skal gå hjem om lidt. Jeg skal gå hjem om lidt. I have to go home in a moment or in a bit. Look at this. Jeg skal gå hjem om lidt. Now, go hjem is of course go home, right? And om lidt could be in a moment or in a bit, like in a short while. You could also say om et øjeblik, but om lidt is just more common. So again, it's kind of like counting down, right? Lidt, even though lit just means a little or a bit. But yeah, I think you get it. Jeg skal gå hjem om lidt. Alright, and now that we're already singing. Hvad handler sangen om? Hvad handler sangen om? What is the song about? Okay? Hvad handler sangen om? So, handler. Handler is a verb that means about, like it's about something. And that is different from English. Now, I could just say, hvad er sangen om? But that would be unnatural. Like, it's more common to say handler. If you're talking about a song or a story, anything where there's like action and a plot, then we say handler, right? Like there's a premise. Handler, la la la, Hvad handler sangen om? What is the song about? And if you took out the that would also be wrong. Hvad handler sangen? No, because handler on its own can also mean to act. Like det er tid til at handle. Like it's time to act. Like go to action. Or it could be handle, like to do grocery shopping. So it's very important that you have this Alright, cool. Then you have, det var en historie om kærlighed. Det var en historie om kærlighed. Ja, så det var en historie om kærlighed. It was a story about love. And this is very similar, right? Because it's about love. It's about that topic. Det var en historie om kærlighed. It was a story about love. Nu vil jeg fortælle dig om en legende. Nu vil jeg fortælle dig om en legende. Now I will tell you about a legend. So this is similar to before, but slightly different. And so this is like talking about, well, specifically telling someone about. Fortælle dig om en legende. Yeah. It's pretty straightforward and kind of like in English. Hvad snakkede I om? Hvad snakkede I om? Hvad snakkede I om? What did you talk about? Or what were you talking about? And I is of course you as in you guys, plural. So you have the topic or the subject, and that's sort of the center of the conversation. So what were you talking about? And what was it centered around? Like that. Hvad snakkede I om? And then, hvad ved du om den sag? Hvad ved du om den sag? Hvad ved du om den sag? What do you know about that case or matter? Now, looking at this is of course knowledge about something. Again, it's regarding some case or matter. So, is the key word here. Very good stuff. Det gælder om at vinde. Det gælder om at vinde. It's about winning, or the point is to win. Now, this one is a little bit harder to get, because gælder can have different meanings. Gælder can be like, it applies. But here, gælder om is kind of like, it's about winning, like, there's a, sports tournament, and it's like, hey, the point is to win. Det gælder om at vinde. But you could also say it about many other things. Det gælder om at, like let's say within the game, like football or whatever, you could say det gælder om at score, like scoring, making goals. So it's about scoring. Det gælder om is like the point or the purpose, or the way to do it right. Yeah, it can be a little bit tricky. Gælder. Some people might say det gælder ikke, and det gælder ikke is kind of like it doesn't count, or it's not fair, or it doesn't live up to some criteria. I know this is a little bit abstract, but I just want you guys to pay attention when you see gælder in some context. You're like, oh yeah, that's what Thomas said, right? So yeah, remember that. Det gælder om at vinde, det gælder om at vinde. Alright. Hvad tænker du om mit forslag? Hvad tænker du om mit forslag? What are you thinking about my suggestion or proposal, whichever? So, tænker om, like what are you thinking about? Yeah, it's pretty straightforward, kind of like what I just said before, because your thoughts are like circling around the suggestion, and you're having thoughts about it, you're thinking something about it. Alright, cool. Hvad synes du om min kæreste? Hvad synes du om min kæreste? Hvad synes du om min kæreste? What do you think about my boyfriend or girlfriend? It's both, it's gender neutral, kæreste. Hvad synes du om min kæreste? Yeah, so you see synes here. Again, synes is one of those verbs that usually can cause a lot of problems, but it is what it is. So hvad synes du is like, what is your opinion? Do you approve? Do you think he sucks? Or whatever, right? So, hvad synes du om min kæreste? Moving on. Folk har forskellige meninger om den sag. Folk har forskellige meninger om den sag. People have different opinions about that matter or case. That's a translation matter. So again, opinions about something. Meninger om den sag. Folk har forskellige meninger om den sag. Beautiful. Alright. Han har meget høje tanker om sig selv. Han har meget høje tanker om sig selv. He thinks very highly of himself. Now, literally, and maybe some of you already guessed this, is that høje tanker is high thoughts, and like he has high thoughts about or of himself. But yeah, thinks highly of himself. Right? Meget høje tanker om sig selv, about himself. Yeah, that's right. Sig selv is like oneself. So you don't have to say, well, you shouldn't say ham selv or hende selv. It's no. It's sig selv, regardless of gender. Yeah, gotta love that reflexive stuff. Jeg er ikke sikker på, om han ved det. Jeg er ikke sikker på, om han ved det. I'm not sure if he knows it. Right? So this gets very interesting because ikke sikker, that is of course not sure, like not certain. And here is like if or whether, and could also be whether. So I don't know, I'm not sure if he knows it, whether he knows it. The key here is that you don't say this, because I know that some of you'll feel tempted to say this, because that's how you say if in Danish. But that's not what you say if it's like whether or not. Right? If it's a direct conditional, like hvis du giver mig en gave, bliver jeg glad. If you give me a present, I'll be happy. Then it's this. But this is not really conditional. This is more like whether or not. Right? There's some uncertainty, and therefore it's Basically, if you can say whether in English, then you have to say in Danish. Okay? Alright, that's like a little rule of thumb. Good stuff. Ved I, om det bliver godt vejr i morgen? Ved I, om det bliver godt vejr i morgen? Do you know if it'll be good weather tomorrow, or if the weather will be good? Om det bliver godt vejr i morgen. And this is the same thing, and like we just talked about, if, ved I, and this is huge. So I really stress this point because I've been teaching for like how many years? 6.5 years. These private lessons that I do, and this is one of the most common mistakes, even from intermediate learners. I hear it. They keep saying this. And I'm like, no, it's Please remember. Nej? Ved I, det bliver godt vejr i morgen. Yeah. Alright. Next one. Uanset om man kan lide det eller ej, skal man betale skat. Uanset om man kan lide det eller ej, skal man betale skat. Whether you like it or not, you have to pay taxes. Oh, what a Danish thing to say. Regardless. So, uanset. And uanset is like no matter or whether or regardless. Uanset whether, so like there is some whether or not. And you can actually see it here. Om man kan lide det eller ej, if you like it or not. Eller ej is like or not when it's uncertainty. Eller ej. Vil du have den eller ej? Do you want it or not? Skal man betale skat? You have to pay taxes. And of course there is inversion here. But you guys already know inversion because I did a video about it. Yeah. But yeah, do look at this. Like uanset man kan lide det eller ej. Yeah. Alright. Tænk dig om, før du gør noget dumt. Tænk dig om, før du gør noget dumt. Tænk dig om, før du gør noget dumt. Think twice or think carefully before you do something stupid. Now, tænk dig om is actually, there's two meanings here, but this one is sort of like, don't just act impulsively. Don't do something sudden and rash. So that is like, do think twice. But it can also mean that you need to think more. Like if I ask you a question, maybe it's a quiz or something, or maybe it's about Danish, but I want you to really think before you throw in the towel. I'm like, tænk dig om, eller tænk dig nu om. Like, come on, think more, think carefully. So it depends on the context. But in this case, obviously it's about thinking before acting, because the other person is about to do something stupid. Beautiful. Alright. Jeg kan se, rollerne er byttet om. Jeg kan se, rollerne er byttet om. I can see the roles have been switched or reversed. Yeah, this is a little bit strange out of context. But, just a typical situation where you have changed positions or roles. Like, oh, now I'm the boss and you're the whatever. Could be it. Could be anything. So at bytte, bytte is to switch or trade. It really depends on the context. Like if you had Pokemon cards as a kid, that would be at bytte, to exchange or trade. But bytte is like to change one for another. Så rollerne, the roles. Rollerne er byttet om. Yeah, interesting stuff. And you have, jeg beder dig om at hjælpe mig. Jeg beder dig om at hjælpe mig. I'm asking you to help me, or I ask you to help me. So, when you are asking someone to do something or for a favor, then it's at bede nogen, meaning someone, at bede nogen om, and then the thing, the act or the action or the thing you want from them. Jeg beder dig om. And it's important that you have the because if you don't say the if you just say beder dig, beder dig is fine. And if you just want to say, like, I beg you or I'm asking you, then fine. But it could also be misunderstood depending how you use it, because at bede also means to pray. So jeg beder dig om, I'm asking you to do something. And the next one is sort of hammering that point home. Hun bad mig om en tjeneste. Hun bad mig om en tjeneste. She asked me for a favor. Now, so with this one, it's a noun. This one up here, at hjælpe mig, to help me. That is a verb. Om en tjeneste, that's a noun. Bad mig om en tjeneste. Yeah, it's very good. Bad is of course just a past tense, and it's irregular. That's why beder becomes bad. Not bad. Bad, that's shower. Danish pronunciation. Gotta love it. Jeg bryder mig ikke om maden. Jeg bryder mig ikke om maden. I don't like or I don't care for the food. So, when you came to Denmark, I'm sure you learned that you could say, jeg kan ikke lide. Jeg kan ikke lide det, jeg kan ikke lide maden, jeg kan ikke lide regn, jeg kan ikke lide whatever. You learned that. Fine. But if you want to be polite, and if you want to sound like you're not speaking directly from a textbook, then you're going to say this. Jeg bryder mig ikke om. It's like I don't care for it. It's not my cup of tea. It doesn't speak to me. It doesn't appeal to me. Whatever. Right? It's much, much politer. I remember when I was a kid, I would say, jeg kan ikke lide det, because, I was a kid. And then they would say, no, du skal sige, you have to say, jeg bryder mig ikke om. Right? It's more polite. So yeah, think about that. Alright. Then you have, vi lader som om vi ikke ved noget. Vi lader som om vi ikke ved noget. Altså, vi lader som om vi ikke ved noget. We're acting or pretending like we don't know anything. Now look at this. At lade som om. At lade som om. That is to pretend, or to act as if. That's what it means. So you have to get all of them. Lader som om. You cannot take one of them out. That's strange. Right? So vi lader som om. And yes, some of you may already know that lader is also let. Like, jeg lader ham gøre det, og jeg lader ham gøre det. I'm letting him do it. Or I could say, lad os gøre det. Let's do it. So you have to look at the whole sentence, and you have to look at the words next to it to see the exact meaning. Hun lod som om alt var okay. Hun lod som om alt var okay. She acted like everything was okay. Or again, she pretended. So lod is just the past tense here. Hun lod som om alt var okay. Yeah. Very beautiful. Det er som om han ikke elsker mig mere. Det er som om han ikke elsker mig mere. It's like he doesn't love me anymore. Now, this is of course very sad, but if you look at it, it's kind of similar to what we had before. Det er som om, it is like, or it is as if. And so this is what you say when you don't know, but you're saying what it seems like, what it appears like. Det er som om, it's like, and sometimes people do that just to buy time. They don't know how to finish the sentence. Det er som om, han ikke elsker mig mere. Okay. Du er ligeglad, som om du ikke har noget at miste. Du er ligeglad, som om du ikke har noget at miste. You don't care, as if you have nothing to lose. This one is kind of long, but let's look at it. Du er ligeglad, you don't care. And it's pretty straightforward. Som om, as if, and there it is again. Du ikke har noget at miste. You have nothing to lose, or you don't have anything to lose. Yeah. And a little bit similar, but not quite all the way. Hun er ligeglad med, om vi kigger på hende. Hun er ligeglad med, om vi kigger på hende. She doesn't care if we look at her. So again, is like if, like if that happens, if we do that, she doesn't care. I could also say, I could take out the and just say, hun er ligeglad med, vi kigger på hende, or at vi kigger på hende. So you have some options here. You don't have to say right? The reason why you can put the is so you emphasize the if or the whether. Like there's no certainty that you're looking at her. But if you do, she doesn't care. Alright, coolio. Der er noget om snakken. Der er noget om snakken. There's some truth to that, and you're like, what? That makes no sense. So, der er noget om snakken literally means there's something about the talk. Right? So, like something has been claimed, any kind of claim. And maybe they say that, yeah, you should all go to Cayman Islands and make a bank account. I'm not recommending you do that. But, so like, der er noget om snakken is like, there's some truth to a story, or there's some truth to a rumor, right? Or some claim that a person has made. Der er noget om snakken. And when you see this in a text, remember what I said here, so you're not thinking snakken. Are they talking about something? Is it a conversation? It's like, nah, it's not quite that. It's that there is truth to the claim. Right? And the next one is similar. Det kan der være noget om. Det kan der være noget om. There might be some truth to that. And so the sentence is very different in Danish, but the translation is so similar in English. So det kan der være noget om. There could be something about that. And like maybe someone raised a point, and you're like, well, yeah, you might have a point, and there could be something there. It's very similar to Der er noget om snakken, but a little bit different. It's not fully committed, because you say det kan der, like there could be, like there might be, but you're not all the way there. Yeah, I mean, both of these are holding a little bit back. Like they're not, yeah, det er rigtigt, like that's right. No, they're holding back a little bit. Yeah, I understand that these two are very hard, and one of the reasons why I do these is also so you know what they mean when you see them in a context. Because out of a context you're like, what is this? But then when you see them and you remember this, you're like, oh yeah, ding ding ding, light bulb moment. Right? Kind of like that. Alright, this one could be tricky. Det er der om noget værd at huske på. Det er der om noget værd at huske på. That is, if anything, worth remembering or keeping in mind. And so that's one thing, and you're like, well, if anything is worth remembering, it's that, or that is it. Yeah, to like emphasize if there's anything, then that's the thing. Yeah, so you have the same in English, and I would assume that a lot of languages have some equivalent. And so noget is like, if any, if anything. Yeah. And this da, by the way, just a little side point, this da is like emphasizing, that is, or surely that is. Han ved om nogen, hvad det vil sige at være lykkelig. Han ved om nogen, hvad det vil sige at være lykkelig. He knows, if anyone, what it means to be happy. Right? So this is a mighty long one. Let's break it down a little bit. Han ved, he knows. That's pretty straightforward, ikke? Om nogen, if anyone. So that is similar to before. Before it was om noget, ikke? But this is om nogen because it's a person. Hvad det vil sige, what it means, at være lykkelig, to be happy. Right? So it's kind of easy when you break it up like this. Han ved om nogen, hvad det vil sige at være lykkelig. Yeah, awesome. Vi dansede rundt om juletræet. Vi dansede rundt om juletræet. We danced around a Christmas tree. Yep, you know we do that in Denmark. Right? So this is different because this is physical, like you're physically walking around an object. Rundt om. Rund means round. And rundt could also be round, so rundt om is around. Rundt om juletræet. Yeah. Alright? And then they say, lad os flyve rundt om jorden. I almost can't make myself say this, it's so silly. Lad os flyve rundt om jorden. So lad os flyve rundt om jorden is of course, let's fly around the planet, or literally Earth. Right? Jorden, Earth, the Earth. Although jorden also means the ground or the soil. So you have to look at the context. Again, it's like an object, you are going around it, you're in orbit. Or maybe you're far away, but you're going around it. Yeah. Han vendte sig om. Han vendte sig om. He turned around. So vende is of course the past tense, and it comes from vende or venner. So vende generally means to turn, but at vende sig om is to turn around. So you gotta have this sig. At vende sig om, to turn oneself around. And no, I don't mean turn your life around. I mean like your body, you rotate or something. Han vendte sig om. He turned around. Like that. Beautiful. Hun lagde armen om mig. Hun lagde armen om mig. She put her arm around me. And this one could easily be misunderstood. But what it means is like she put her arm around me. Like over her shoulder or something like that. Han forsvandt rundt om hjørnet. Han forsvandt rundt om hjørnet. He vanished or disappeared around the corner. Right? So you have a corner, you can go around the corner, just around the corner. So just imagine that in Danish, rundt om, around. Han forsvandt rundt om hjørnet. Hvad du lige nu? Hvad du lige nu? What are you eating right now? Jeg, den bog. Jeg, den bog. I love that book. Vi, på den sidste gæst. Vi, på den sidste gæst. We're waiting for the last guest. De, til hinanden. De, til hinanden. They listen to each other. Okay, let's think. If you were to guess what is missing in each of these sentences, what's missing? Yeah. Let's take a look. Let's see what it is. Hvad spiser du lige nu? Jeg elsker den bog. Vi venter på den sidste gæst. De lytter til hinanden. So this is fairly basic. These are verbs that most of you will know within a month or two. If you're in Denmark, like if you've been there just a month or two, you're going to know these words. So it's not very high level. Now, of course, what you will notice is that all of these are present tense. Like spiser, elsker, venter, lytter. They all end with are. And that's the present tense. So, pretty easy. What is the next one? Alright. Hun en tur hver dag. Hun en tur hver dag. She takes a walk every day. Okay. Han på sin eks. Han på sin eks. He's thinking about his ex. Du høje forventninger. Du høje forventninger. You have high expectations. Jeg på det bedste. Jeg på det bedste. I'm hoping for the best. Try to guess it. Want to put something here in the blanks. Could be. You ready? Alright, I'm gonna tell you. Let's look at it. Hun går en tur hver dag. Han tænker på sin eks. Du har høje forventninger. Jeg håber på det bedste. Yeah. So all of these are pretty easy. I don't need to explain so much. Maybe the first one a little bit. Because go in tour. Tour is like trip or journey or tour. So go for a walk or take a stroll, that type of stuff. Go in tour. If I just say go, that is walk. Jeg går, I'm walking, I walk. Stuff like that. And the rest is very straightforward. Nice. Tager den næste, the next one. Okay. De et nyt hus. De et nyt hus. They bought a new house. Vi ingenting. Vi ingenting. We understood nothing. Hun til et andet land. Hun til et andet land. She flew to another country. Hvornår? Det. Hvornår? Det. When did it happen? Okay, so what do you think? Let's take a look. Let's reveal what's here. De købte et nyt hus. Vi forstod ingenting. Hun fløj til et andet land. Hvornår skete det? So yes, as you could see from the translation even before, this is all the past tense. Right? Købte, forstod, fløj, skete. Nice. Yeah, you gotta know the past tense in Danish. At least for the basic verbs. That's why I already made like 5 videos with, no, not 5, 7, I can't even remember anymore, with like many different verbs, 250 verbs or something, and many of them having the past tense, because this is really, really important. Alright, cool. Moving on. Den næste er, okay, han, noget mystisk. Han, noget mystisk. He saw something mysterious. Mine venner, mig. Mine venner, mig. My friends surprised me. De hele natten. De hele natten. They danced all night. Hun ikke sine hænder. Hun ikke sine hænder. She didn't wash her hands. Think about that. Yeah. What do you think? The answers coming here. Aha, han så noget mystisk. Mine venner overraskede mig. De dansede hele natten. Hun vaskede ikke sine hænder. Once again, past tense. Right? Så, overraskede, dansede, vaskede. These are just some. There are a few more hundred for you. So yeah. Now in the next one, it's going to be different. You look at it and it might look difficult because there, you have 2 blanks per sentence. But don't worry, it's easy enough. Let's see what we got here. Hvor længe du det? Hvor længe du det? For how long have you been considering it? Jeg nåede til dig. Jeg nåede til dig. I've bought something for you. Sådan. Det altid. Sådan. Det altid. It's always been like that. Okay. Du. Den film. Du. Den film. Have you seen that movie? Alright. So because there's missing more, it could be a little bit more difficult than the previous one, but not so much actually. Let's take a proper look. Yeah. It's kind of like testing yourself. How much Danish do you actually know at this point? Alright, let's see. Let's see the answers. Hvor længe har du overvejet det? Jeg har købt noget til dig. Sådan har det altid været. Har du set den film? Okay, so this is a present perfect. In Danish we call it før nutid. Because it's sort of something leading up to the present, right? It's still relevant. It has influence on the present moment. Så har overvejet, har købt, har været, har set. Yeah, and you'll notice you got T's all over. Right? Overvejet, købt, været, set. It's nice. And you have a good chance of guessing the tense. Yeah. So that is kind of interesting. The next one. Okay, looks similar, but a little bit different. Hun allerede det. Hun allerede det. She had already done it. Han det. Han det. Had he heard it? Vi et skænderi. Vi et skænderi. We had a fight. Jeg den slags før. Jeg den slags før. I had experienced that type of thing before. Okay. So I know it gets a little bit harder here, but still not that hard. Just gotta use logic. Anything you know about grammar, use it here. Alright, let's see. What are the answers? Hun havde allerede gjort det. Havde han hørt det? Vi havde haft et skænderi. Jeg havde oplevet den slags før. Alright? So this is something that happened before the past. Like you're already in the past, but it had happened before that. And so you have it in English, and I think most languages have some version of this. So just imagine the past and then something before it. Ikke? Havde gjort, havde hørt, havde haft, havde oplevet. So the verbs, like the second verbs here, gjort, hørt, haft, oplevet, they end the same way as the previous one. Ikke? Har, set, har, gjort, har, whatever. But this is even early, even further back in the past, right? Yeah, havde. And this, vi havde haft this, we had had. In English that sounds funny. Some of you might be thinking like, well, Thomas, that's gotta be a mistake. No, that's, that's what it means. So yeah, vi havde haft, we had had, right? Very nice. Ja, men lad os gå videre. Let's move on. Okay, so in this one, I left some verbs in sort of the first place because this could be rather tricky. So I'm giving you some help, some training wheels, if you will. Still pay attention though. Let's see. Det skal. Det skal. It has to be done. Den ret. Kold. Den ret. Kold. That dish is eaten cold. Det kan. It can be seen. Kan it be avoided? Yeah, so this is harder. This is not exactly what you would learn as a beginner. But if you're not a complete beginner, if you're maybe like upper beginner or moving into intermediate, you want to start thinking about this. To be able to express yourself with more, you'll just have more options in Danish, if you can say this. So what do you think? What are you gonna do? Okay, lad os se. Det skal gøres. Den ret spises kold. Det kan ses. Kan det undgås? See all these S's. Gøres, spises, ses, undgås. Yeah, that means it's passive. Like the general passive voice. Like it's being done, or it has to be done. The thing, the action is not doing anything. You're doing it, or it's like receiving it. It's being done to it. It's on the receiving end. Yeah. A spises kold. It's being eaten cold. It is eaten cold. The food is not doing anything. Det kan ses. I guess in English you would say it shows. But a literal translation would be it can be seen. It is detectable. It is noticeable. It is visible. Whatever. Kan det undgås? Can it be avoided? The thing doesn't avoid you. You avoid the thing. So the thing is being avoided. It's passive. Yeah, kan det undgås? I think in English you have it easier because you're just gonna say, is it avoidable or something like that, where we would use the verb, right? So yeah, that is passive, like the sort of general basic way of saying it. But actually there's another way you're gonna hear more, most likely, if you're living in Denmark and if you encounter people. And we'll get to that now. Okay. Han for det. Han for det. He's being paid for it. Jeg. I was or got punished. Hun er. She has been promoted. Det er ikke rart at. Det er ikke rart at. It's not nice to be forgotten. So think about it before I give you the answer. What might it be? Missing a lot here. This one is just jeg. It's very bare bones. Or bare bone, whatever you say. Let's see what we got. Han bliver betalt for det. Jeg blev straffet. Hun er blevet forfremmet. Det er ikke rart at blive glemt. So this is a very common way of saying like to be, like something's being done to you or to an object. Someone or something is receiving an action. Så bliver betalt, being paid or gets paid. Blev straffet, was got punished. Er blevet forfremmet, has been promoted. At blive glemt, to be forgotten. So remember this. And this is actually pretty important because I see many learners, like my own students, they will say things like være, because at være, V-A-R-E, være, that is to be, but that is just like the verb, like at være, to be. But when something's being done to you, like one of these betalt, straffet, forfremmet, glemt, or anything else, then we use blive, at blive, to be. Jeg blev, I was, I got. or the present tense, jeg bliver, ikke? I'm being, I'm getting, or blevet, like I have gotten or I've been. Yeah, you get the point. So it's very important that you use blive and not være, right? When something is passive, because this is a very common mistake I see a lot of learners make. But now you know. So that was cool. Let's see what awaits us. We'll turn to the next one. This is easy. Well, it's easier than the previous one. Det tid til at ham. Det tid til at ham. It's time to wake him up. It's time to wake him up. Hun god til at mad. Hun god til at mad. She's good at cooking. Det dejligt at af. Det dejligt at af. It was nice to relax. Jeg lyst til at noget koldt. Jeg lyst til at noget koldt. Alright, so what do you think? Yeah. It's a relatively easy form or tense. Let's see if you got it. Okay, det er tid til at vække ham. Hun er god til at lave mad. Det var dejligt at slappe af. Jeg har lyst til at drikke noget koldt. Right? So the second verbs here, vække, lave, slappe, drikke, are of course all infinitive. The basic form of the verb that you see in the dictionary. Right? At spise, at gøre, at lave, at hente, at elske, at have. Any verb. Well, that's not true. There are a few like go. And go ends with O, and then there are some that end with S. But generally speaking, most verbs end with an E in the infinitive. The vast majority. So that is pretty nice. Det er tid, it is time. Hun er god til at. She's good at. Det var dejligt, it was nice. Jeg har lyst til at. I feel like doing something. So yeah, all of these. You have present, past, present. Var, har. Sounds like a good song. Var, har. But yeah, that is basically it. And yeah, that's what I thought. This was the last one. So today is a little bit different. I'm not really gonna give you vocabulary or phrases or funny story. Today is more just me talking about the Danish language and the process of learning. When we're talking about grammar, there are some other approaches that come to mind, because you can look at a sentence and you can analyze it grammatically, or you can just memorize it. Like a lot of you're watching these basic videos, 150 basic phrases or phrases about animals or music or whatever. Like, you like that, and I know you like it because I can see it on the view count, and I know that YouTube is recommending that. Right? So like, it's very popular to be learning phrases because it's sort of easy, well, quote unquote easy, because learning phrases is fine, but you don't really learn the structure a lot of the time if you're just copying. Like, it's good to know the grammar, because when you see the grammar, you're like, oh, okay, there's a reason why the sentence is this way. It's not just some coincidence or accident. Like, there's a rhythm here. And you need that rhythm when you are learning. If you're just like a tourist, or if you just came to Denmark, want to check it out, don't worry about it. Like, grammar, maybe not the most important thing in the beginning, but at some point you want to learn at least some. And some of you might be scared. What is that term, gramophobe? Like, some people, they're just like, oh no, hell no, I'm not doing that. I mean, I get that. When I was like a teenager, I hated that. Like English grammar or German grammar, and later on Japanese grammar. I'm just like, no, 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 no. I don't want to learn it. But it is pretty good, and so learning grammar can help you. It's not the only tool. It's not the only aspect, but it can help you. I would say that if you're relying on memorizing phrases, you can get to a decent level, like at least some basic level. You can say some stuff, have some little conversation, but you won't really be able to make your own sentences because everything is like, well, what have I memorized? Instead of making your own sentences, right? So it's kind of like that. Now, of course, you can combine it. Right? Some teachers, they will say that you have to do this, I have to do that. I think it's either or, but I'm more like it's both and. You can do both. You can sort of alternate and switch between them. Grammar is cool. Well, it can be a pain in the ass, but it's also cool because it gives you an overview of the language. That's the thing. It's like a sentence structure. You get an idea of the word order, how the words are structured in a sentence. Because if you don't have that, if you don't have any understanding, then it might become something very messy. Like it's just sort of random where you put the words, and that can be very tricky. It can be tricky for a learner to find out and to guess, and it can also be tricky for a native Danish speaker to understand you, because they're just like, what are you trying to say? Right? So that's why you gotta know the sentence structure, and it takes some time. It's something about looking at sentences and repeating them and making your own. So sort of having a lot of phrases and sentences in your memory that helps to see the structure. And then when you're also studying grammar, like the rules in a more dry way, academic, what do you want to call it, like you're in school and they're explaining the theory to you, then that can help you to put it into context. Because that's basically what grammar does. Like grammar helps you make sense of the language. If you don't have the grammar, you're sort of like, well, everything is connected, but I don't know how, and I don't know why. Right? So grammar is like the glue, sort of holds the language together, or the words together. Or you can just talk like a drunk person and not care, but no, let's be serious, you want to know some of it. Then, of course, there's the whole thing of, I could just memorize something and I don't have to learn the rules. And yeah, I mean, you can do that. I mean, that's what I did with English when I was a teenager, and it was fine because I had many years to do that. So I was like watching The Simpsons or whatever, and I just sort of passively absorbed all of that, and that was fine because I was in no rush. But if you're in Denmark, I'm gonna assume that you're already in your early, mid, or late 20s, or maybe even older, so you don't have like 10 years where you can just learn a little bit every day and absorb it that way. You want to speed it up a little bit, because memorizing takes time for most people. Now, some of you're just straight up gangsters, like you're so good at that. And I think I've had some students that are like, yep, I remembered, I memorized it, I'm that good, right? Well, they don't say the latter part, they're humble, but yeah. So, I mean, there are people who are good at it. Like, if your brain is wired that way, then sure, go ahead. But for most people, that doesn't really work. So grammar is the shortcut that you use to make sense of the language. Alright. That is sort of the headline here. It's the third time I'm saying it. Grammar is a shortcut. It helps you to make sense of the language. Right? So you have like a verb conjugation, for example. Now, if you just have a random verb in Danish, it doesn't matter which one it is, then it's good to know how to conjugate. Okay, so is this the present tense or the past tense? Is this the infinitive? Is the imperative? If you know that, then you can structure sentences more correctly, right? Because if you don't know it, then maybe you just end up speaking in present tense the whole time, or infinitive the whole time, or something else, like everything becomes very scattered and unfocused. So it's very good to know how it works, right? Like we have different categories of verbs. We have a lot that end with ede in the past, like dansede, hentede, lavede. And then we have some that end with te, like spiste or kørte. And then we have the irregular ones, like gik, så, gjorde. And that's just annoying. But nonetheless, it really helps because you can copy it, right? When you don't know the rules for conjugating verbs, you sort of have to do from scratch every time, or you just have to guess. And sometimes you'll be right, but a lot of the time, you'll be wrong. So why not make it easier for yourself, right? And I made some videos about that. More than one. Being aware of all this verb conjugation, it really, really helps you. Because then you have a clue, then you have something to go by. Something else that's very useful is word classes. Now, word classes is, as you probably know, whether it's a noun or a verb or an adverb or an adjective, preposition, and so on, right? And the reason why this is important is you don't want to be saying the wrong word class. Like elske is to love, but kærlighed is love as a concept. Or oplevelse is experience and experience, but at opleve is to experience. So you have to be aware of what word class you're dealing with. Otherwise, might be some pretty strange sentences, right? So it really helps you when you're aware of the word classes. Again, it's a shortcut. It doesn't mean it's a magic pill. I don't believe in that. But it does make it a little bit easier when you know what word class you're dealing with. Sometimes with my students, I ask them do you know what an adverb is, or how to tell if it's a verb or something else? And some of them do and some of them don't. And I'm like, well, okay, that's okay, because in your own language you never had to learn it. And it was just automatic, you're a kid or a baby, and you just kind of picked up the language and that was it. But now you're learning Danish, right? You are learning as an adult, so you want to use your intellect, for lack of a better term, to guide yourself, right? And it can really speed up the process. It's still going to take time, but you can make it happen faster by knowing the different word classes. You don't have to love the grammar or the idea of word classes, but just be aware. Alright? Gender. Now, it's not masculine and feminine in Danish, but it's en og et. Right? So basically, for grammatical purposes, let's just say that's gender. That also helps. If you know it's et hus, in a house, but it's en mand, a man, then you know it's huset or huset, and not husen, right? And it's manden, not mandet. Something very basic like that. It also informs adjective, right? En sjov film, a funny movie, not in short, because it would be it short. Now, you know this already, because I talked about it in adjectives. There's 2 videos about that at least. But it's something you want to keep in mind, eh? And when you know the gender, you can sort of save time. You don't have to go back all the time, oh, what is it? It can really make it a lot easier for yourself. So that's awesome, knowing that. And also just something now that we're talking about nouns, if it's the singular or the plural, right? It's en cat, and it's katte, but other nouns have er in the plural, so that's that's a bit annoying. But being aware of how you end it in the plural versus the singular, right? When there's one or when there's more, it can also really help, so you don't accidentally put an S, like in English or Spanish, and like classes or something, because we don't do that, and we have our own rules. Now, we're starting with something without inversion. Jeg tager skoene af, når jeg kommer hjem. Jeg tager skoene af, når jeg kommer hjem. Okay, it's a very basic sentence. I take off my shoes when I get home. And you see that I have når in the middle here. This når is when. It's a conjunction. And when we have the conjunction in the middle, there is no inversion. Right? So it's like that. Conjunction is basically something you use to bind or to connect sentences. Let's look at something more. Hun spiser, fordi hun er sulten. Hun spiser, fordi hun er sulten. And you all know what this means. Hun spiser, fordi hun er sulten. She's eating because she's hungry. Right? So we have fordi in the middle. Fordi, because. So there's no inversion here. Right? There's no inversion. That is the first thing you need to remember. Now, conjunctions, like I said, are words that you have to connect sentences or clauses. Now, some common ones, there are many more, but some common ones are fordi, because, når, when, present tense, da, when, past tense, selvom, even though, hvis, if, før, before, efter, after. Right? There are many more, but these are some very common ones. Yeah, and you can see that all of these are sort of connecting things. Yeah. Alright. So, there is no inversion in the sentence when the conjunction appears in the middle of the sentence. Right? Then there's no inversion. It's important. And like it says here, if the first clause starts with an adverb, then yeah, it can, but we'll get to that later. You'll see it. Alright, cool. So, this is different. Når han har tid, så gør han det. Når han har tid, så gør han det. Yeah. When he has time, then, it's optional, he does it. Right? What is the thing here? Why is it different? Når han har tid, så gør han det. Well, let's think about it. Basically, what we have here is that når is a conjunction, right? So when we start with a conjunction, then there's inversion in the second part. That is the rule, right? Når han har tid. Når han har tid, gør han det. Og så gør han det. The så is optional. Når han har tid, så gør han det. Yeah, that's how it is. Or this one. Fordi jeg er træt, går jeg i seng. Fordi jeg er træt, går jeg i seng. Because I'm tired, I'm going to bed. It's the same thing. And we have this fordi, and fordi is a conjunction, so you gotta have inversion in the second part. You can kind of divide it into two. And like one part is because I'm tired. The other part is I'm going to bed. Right? Like the feeling and the action. Or the first one with the time. Right? Når han har tid, when he has time, and that's something he has, så gør han det. Then he does it. Right? Like there's a conditional sort of, like whenever he has time, then he does it. You see, it's like two different things. Yeah. And that's where the inversion happens. Fordi jeg er træt, går jeg i seng. It's actually pretty straightforward. It's something that you might forget when you're practicing, but at least get the rule. Alright, cool. Yeah, as you see here, I highlight, and I have the conjunctions in blue. Yeah. Når, when, fordi, because. Gør, does, går, going. Alright? To help you kind of distinguish the word classes. Sort of adverbs, conjunctions, and verbs over here. Right? Very nice. Moving on. So, when the sentence starts with a conjunction, inversion happens in the second part, after the comma. Now, of course, in real life, there's no comma. You're not going to hear that. But you can sort of hear when the sentence splits. Right? You can hear like there's the first part and the second part. It's almost like there's a setup and a payoff or a finish, a conclusion. So that's one way you can look at it. Yeah, very nice. Alright. There's another way to understand it. If the first part of the sentence seems like it, doesn't make sense on its own, or, it's missing a completion or conclusion, then inversion occurs in the second part. So like if I say something like, fordi jeg er træt, because I'm tired, then you're going to expect me to finish that. No one will just say, fordi jeg er træt, because I'm tired. Right? Unless there's already a context. But assuming there's not. Fordi jeg er træt. It's like, yeah, then what? Right? Like, where does that take us? What does that lead to? Right? We are missing the conclusion. Yeah. So when we are missing the conclusion, that means there's inversion. Fordi jeg er træt. Could also be with any of the other conjunctions. Something like når jeg er glad, when I'm happy. Then you're like, yeah, then what? Then what do you do? Or then what happens? Right? It's not complete. So there's inversion in the second part. Alright, cool. Let's do some more examples of inversion. Da jeg var ung, elskede jeg gyserfilm. Da jeg var ung, elskede jeg gyserfilm. When I was young, I loved horror movies. Alright, that's cool. Alright. So again, da, like when, when. Elskede, loved. Right? Da jeg var ung, elskede jeg gyserfilm. And of course, the reason why this is all difficult is because it's the opposite of English. In English, you would just say, I loved horror movies. But if you say that in Danish, like, da jeg var ung, jeg elskede gyserfilm, that sounds pretty bad. Right? That's a big mistake. I mean, it's okay to make mistakes, but it's like very typical mistake. So, next one. Selvom hun er sur, hjælper jeg hende stadig. Selvom hun er sur, hjælper jeg hende stadig. Even though she's mad, I'm still helping her. Right? So, again, you'll see this with colors and everything. Selvom hun er sur, hjælper jeg hende stadig. This selvom, even though, or although, can also mean that, is a conjunction. Right? And therefore, you gotta have inversion over here. Hjælper jeg hende stadig. If you take a second, if you really look at these, you can see that there's like missing something. Da jeg var ung. If I said that on its own, it makes no sense. Da jeg var ung, when I was young. Then what? Then what? No completion. Right? Selvom hun er sur, even though she's mad, again, you want the conclusion. So that is something you can go by. That is something like a rule of thumb. It's like a practical rule. It's not really what you see in a grammar book. But some of you are not so much into grammar terms, so I'm going with this one. Right? It's a very useful way to think about it. Yeah. Alright, cool. So, in essence, sentences that feel incomplete when the first part ends require inversion. But sentences where the first part makes sense on its own don't have inversion. Right? It's really that simple when we're talking about conjunctions. Yeah. And some of you might be thinking like, oh, okay, but maybe I can choose to do inversion, like it's optional. It's like, no, you can't. There's either inversion or there's not. Like, it's not an option. It's not a choice you have. So yeah, that's basically how it is. Alright, cool. Now let's move on. You have this contrast, because, yeah, if you start with a conjunction, then you have inversion, like fordi jeg er glad. Fordi jeg er glad, synger jeg. But if you have the conjunction in the middle of the sentence, there is no inversion. So you can say it both ways, right? You can say it both ways. It's just the focus that's different, the emphasis, right? Fordi jeg er glad, you sort of have the stress on the because I'm happy, right? The happy part, the reason that you're happy. Or jeg synger fordi I'm singing. The second one, the singing, is in the focus. So yeah, you can do both, but don't mix them, right? That's also very important. Like, don't get them mixed up. Keep them separate. Yeah. Alright, cool. Then, this is the most common mistake. I hear it all the time. All the time. So, you want to avoid this. Fordi jeg er glad, jeg synger. Right? Fordi jeg er glad, jeg synger. Do not say that. Right? When you have inversion, like when you have something with a conjunction first, like fordi, når, selvom, før, whatever, right? These that create inversion. Please don't start the second sentence like this with the subject, like jeg or du or han, like the person doing it. That is wrong. We don't do that. Right? The right answer is, of course, fordi jeg er glad, synger jeg. Right? Not jeg synger. Also, if you say jeg synger, it's almost like you're starting a whole new sentence. It's like, fordi jeg er glad, jeg synger. Right? It's like they're not even connected. So it's pretty important to get this right. Yeah. Alright, cool. I think you guys are getting it. That's beautiful. Now, you might be wondering why even use inversion in the first place. I mean, like, it's so difficult. There's so much room for mistake. But here's the thing. When you put, we'll get to that in a second. When you put conjunction at the beginning of a sentence, that's where the stress is. So it's all about where you put the stress, the focus. And you have this in your own language too, I'm sure. Like, you can put a conjunction in the middle, or the beginning, or sometimes in the end, although that's usually kind of whack. Right? So, yeah, it's really about that. And you can't just like cheat your way around and just completely avoid inversion. That's going to sound very unnatural. So I don't recommend you doing that. But again, let's just contrast it here. You have like, fordi jeg er glad, right? Because I'm happy. Then there's inversion, because we start with this. Yeah. But jeg synger, there's no inversion. You can also look at it like, fordi jeg er glad feels incomplete on its own. Right? Fordi jeg er glad, you're like, yeah, then what? But jeg synger is like, oh, okay, it's an independent sentence. Right? It just means I'm singing or I sing. So there's no inversion after that. Right? It's really as simple as that. Yeah. So now you know how basic verb inversion works when there's a conjunction. However, there's one more common mistake that you gotta avoid, and I've seen this many times with students over the years. It's sort of when you hear about it, you hear about inversion. Eh? Like, these are correct sentences. You saw them before. You hear about inversion, you're like, oh, okay, so I'll just put it somewhere. I'll just do inversion somewhere. And then some of you might end up saying, da var jeg ung. Eh? Da var jeg ung, elskede jeg gyserfilm. Or even worse, da var jeg ung, jeg elskede gyserfilm. I mean, it sounds so ugly to me. I'm sorry to say, guys, but it really does. So, da var jeg ung, that's why there's this red mark here. You can't say that. Or, selvom er hun sur. No. The inversion happens in the second part. Which is why this is the right answer. Da jeg var ung, elskede jeg gyserfilm. Selvom hun er sur, hjælper jeg hende stadig. That's how it is. That is how you do inversion. Inversion happens in the second part, not in the first. Alright? Very important. So you can't just like put it in there in random places hoping that it'll be right. There's a rule. It's not that random. Alright, cool. Let us move on. We have a few more examples. Right? And you already get the point, but I really want to hammer this home. I want to make sure that all of you get it, because you can save so much time by just getting it now, so you don't have to spend years making these mistakes. So, hvis du ved noget, skal du fortælle mig det. Hvis du ved noget, skal du fortælle mig det. If you know something, you should tell me. Right? And actually we have more verbs, but the focus verb here is skal. Right? Skal, should. Hvis means if, of course. Hvis du ved noget, if you know something, skal du fortælle mig det. You should tell me, or you have to tell me. Same. Right? Yeah. Exactly. Very nice. And second one. Fordi jeg er høflig, smiler jeg til ham. Fordi jeg er høflig, smiler jeg til ham. Because I'm polite, I'm smiling at him. Or I smile at him. Right? Look at that. Fordi is because, smiler, smiling, and there's inversion. Right? That's what it is. Easier than you think. Really not that hard. Alright. So that is like verb inversion with conjunctions. And I'm going to repeat myself here because you really want to memorize and reinforce this rule by simply paying attention to inversion when it occurs in in the Danish text that you read on a daily basis. And so you'll have like Danish videos and conversations, news, books. I mean, really, whatever it is you're reading or hearing, just pay attention. Right? And when you see words like hvis or fordi or når or før or efter or selvom, like all these conjunctions, when you see them, look at the sentence, look at, oh, is there inversion, is there not inversion? That is how you learn. You learn so much from just reading. Yeah, I can explain stuff to you. That's a part of the equation. But the other part is practice through exposure. Right? So do that. Pay attention to what you're reading. Wonderful. So now we're going to look at verb inversion that happens with adverbs and prepositions. Now this might look harder, but it's not really that hard. So what you see is I dag regner det. I dag regner det. Today it's raining. Or her ser vi et bjerg. Her ser vi et bjerg. Here we see a mountain. Right? It's pretty straightforward. I dag regner det. Today it's raining. And her ser vi et bjerg. Here we see a mountain. Basically, the logic is that when something has to do with time or place, there's inversion, or if it's a preposition. So I dag, that is a thing of time. Right? Today or tomorrow or later or last week. It's all about time. So I dag regner det. You don't want to say I dag det regner. That is wrong. Right? I dag regner det. That is how you say it. Or her ser vi et bjerg. Here we see a mountain. Because here is like a location. Like it's a place. Here, there, like here, there, over there, under there, like on the side. All that creates inversion. Right? When we start with that. So her ser vi et bjerg. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of easy, isn't it? I dag regner det. Her ser vi et bjerg. I have some more examples. På bordet ligger en kat. På bordet ligger en kat. On the table, a cat is lying, or lies a cat. But that's up to your English skills, how you want to translate that. Right? På bordet, because it's on the table. It's a preposition, it's like a relation. På bordet ligger en kat. Right? That's how it is. Or, dengang vidste jeg det ikke. Dengang vidste jeg det ikke. Back then, I didn't know it. Right? Because you have dengang, and dengang is back then. Dengang vidste jeg det ikke. I didn't know. Yeah. Has something to do with time and place. Time and place and prepositions. That's really what it's all about. You want to focus on that. And I think it's starting to make sense. Right? I lang tid var det sådan. I lang tid var det sådan. For a long time, it was like that. I lang tid var det sådan. You want to avoid saying something like, I lang tid det var sådan. Right? Doesn't sound good. This creates inversion. Med hans hjælp skal det nok lykkes. Med hans hjælp skal det nok lykkes. With his help, it'll succeed or work out. Right? Yeah, that's good. Skal det nok. Yeah. It's so easy, guys. It's so easy. So, prepositions in general. I mean, there are many. Of course, there are many. But here's just a few. I, in, på, on, at, for, to, til, to, tell, about, around, of, ved, by, at, over, under, under. Now these are just some, and these translations are like approximate because, as you know, prepositions can be used in different ways, like different meanings, but this is just to give you a rough idea, right? So these are some prepositions. Yeah. Or something about time, right? You have something like I dag, today, I går, yesterday, I forgårs, the day before yesterday, I morgen, tomorrow, I aften, tonight, nogle gange, sometimes, en gang imellem, once in a while, tit, often, aldrig, never, right? And all these create inversion. Yeah, they do. It's beautiful. However, it also goes for other adverbs. I like to say that these adverbs, they spice up the sentence. Right? Often they would end with like ly, like ly in English. Like they give some flavor or some emotion to the sentence. Selvfølgelig, of course, heldigvis, luckily, uheldigvis, unfortunately, desværre, sadly, måske, maybe, egentlig, really, actually, faktisk, actually, desuden, besides, pludselig, suddenly. Right? When we start with these, we get inversion. Right? Now, sometimes, as a little side note, people might say one of these on its own and then say a sentence, so there's no inversion. Like I could say, selvfølgelig, det er rigtigt, of course, that's right. But then it's because the selvfølgelig is not connected to what follows. Right? So that's something to watch out for. Alright, so let's have some more examples. Nogle gange bøvser jeg. Nogle gange bøvser jeg. Sometimes I burp. Right? Nogle gange is sometimes. Bøvser jeg. I burp. En gang imellem sker det. En gang imellem sker det. Once in a while it happens. Right? Because it's a matter of time. En gang imellem. Once in a while. Sker det. It happens. Ja. I aften skal vi i biografen. I aften skal vi i biografen. Tonight we're going to the movies or the cinema. Right? I aften. Tonight. Yeah. So cool. So cool. And a few more examples. Faktisk står han lige der. Faktisk står han lige der. Actually, he is standing right there. Right? Because you have the faktisk as the actually, and står is standing. And yeah, I mean, you know this by now. Eh? It's actually pretty easy when you think about it. Or the next one. Måske er det en god idé. Måske er det en god idé. Maybe it's a good idea. Right? It's pretty straightforward. Er is a verb. Right? Måske er maybe it. Or if I want to separate in English, I would say it is. Right? But you get the point. Måske er det en god idé. Maybe it is a good idea. It is. Alright. Sådan. Or heldigvis har jeg fri i dag. Heldigvis har jeg fri i dag. Luckily I'm off today, as in no work or no school. Right? Heldigvis. Luckily. Now, when it comes to all these, adverbs, and basically prepositions and the category of adverbs, it's, how do you know when it's that? Well, is it a noun? Is it a verb? Is it an adjective? If it's not one of those, then it's probably an adverb. Right? It could also be a name, but like generally speaking. And that is kind of how you can identify it. Prepositions and adverbs are words that have to do with the physical relations, like under, over, in front of, next to, something to do with time, sooner, later, always, never, often, etc. All that kind of stuff. Locations, here, there, up and down, right? All that. Those are prepositions and adverbs. And then there are the more spicy ones, or the ones with flavor, like actually, maybe, unluckily, suddenly, all those. And besides, without, all those. So maybe what a lot of you need to do is to think about it in your own language, like, hey, what is an adverb? What is a preposition? Right? Because once you know that, this is a lot easier. Yeah. All right. So what you need to remember is that when the sentence starts with a preposition or an adverb that's not a conjunction, important to say, these are not conjunctions, inversion follows. Right? All these things we just saw, there's inversion afterwards. And of course there are many, many adverbs and prepositions. I just put a small part of them here, right? To basically fit it on the screen. But there are many, and you gotta learn all of them bit by bit. Now again, I gotta address this because some of you might be thinking, well, I just avoid inversion. I'll just put the preposition or the adverb or the conjunction in the middle. Problem solved. but the problem with that is that sometimes you want to have the preposition at the beginning. That's what makes more sense because that's where the stress is. That's usually how it is. So you can't just entirely avoid inversion because you don't want to make mistakes. Then you just end up speaking very weird Danish, like another kind of weird Danish. So you just gotta learn it. All right, cool. Now, of course, there are two ways of saying the same thing. It's where the stress is. You could say, I dag har jeg travlt, or jeg har travlt i dag. So one is, today I'm busy, another one is also, today I'm busy. It's just, where's the stress, and where's the focus, the emphasis, if you will. I dag har jeg, that's focused on today. And the second one, jeg har travlt, is focused on I'm busy, rather than the day. So yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Og the next one, måske er det rigtige at gøre. Måske er det rigtige at gøre. Det er måske det rigtige at gøre. Det er måske det rigtige at gøre. It's just a matter of the focus. Maybe it's the right thing to do, is the meaning. Yeah. So you can do both. It just changes the focus of the sentence. Yeah. Beautiful. Some more examples of that. Desværre har jeg ikke tid. Desværre har jeg ikke tid. Jeg har desværre ikke tid. Jeg har desværre ikke tid. Sadly, I don't have time. It's the exact same thing. Right? It's a choice, but it changes how the sentence sounds. That is how it is. Right? It's not just random. There's a reason for it. The next one. I morgen skal jeg til fest. I morgen skal jeg til fest. Or jeg skal til fest i morgen. Jeg skal til fest i morgen. I'm going to a party tomorrow. Right? Easy peasy. So again, it's about where you want to put the focus, and then how do you know when to start with the preposition or the adverb or the conjunction? Well, again, it is a lot about the focus, but it's also practice. Right? It's about being exposed to natural conversation, like native speakers, talking to them, listening to them, watching TV, podcasts, radio shows, whatever. That is a lot of practice. So you sort of get an idea, some intuitive feeling for how it works. And that's not a magical pill, maybe not what you want to hear, but it works. It really does work. So yeah. Now there's just one more final point about this whole verb inversion. But it's actually kind of easy. It's object-verb inversion. Right? Now, what is an object? An object is, we can see it here in red, an object is the sort of passive thing. Right? The passive thing in a sentence where the active one is the subject. And so if I eat bread, then jeg spiser brød. And that is, of course, we have it down here. Right? Vi spiser brød. And that would be we eat bread. But here there's inversion because we start with the object. And when we start with the object, we have verb inversion as well. Right? The idea here is something like we have the stress on that. So we don't say tid vi har masser af. Well, you could, but that would be more like time that we have a lot of, and then something following. But it doesn't have a continuation, it just ends. So, tid har vi masser af. Time, we have plenty of that. Tid har vi masser af. Time, we have plenty of. We have plenty of time. Det ved jeg ikke. That I don't know, or I don't know that. Brødet spiser vi. Brødet spiser vi. The bread we eat the bread. You see? So, we are putting the stress on the object. Tid har vi masser af. It's like time we have a lot of, but there's something else we don't have. It's like that. It's the thing we're having that we have to focus on here. Tid har vi nok af, men ikke energi, but not energy. Det ved jeg ikke, that I don't know. Men det her ved jeg, but this I know. Nej? So it could be a contrast. Brødet spiser vi, the bread we eat. Yeah, could be one. Brødet spiser vi, vandet drikker vi, the water we drink. So you have like the object and the verb you're doing, the action you're doing with it or to it. Make sense? Might be a little bit hard for some of you, but it's good to know. It's not the most important. Verb inversion with prepositions is more important, but this is still important. Yeah. Alright, cool. Some more examples of that. Bogen fandt jeg under bordet. Bogen fandt jeg under bordet. The book I found under the table. I found the book under the table. Like, again, the book you found under the table, maybe the glass you found on the table or on the roof or on the wherever, on the counter. So, bogen fandt jeg. Og sæbe bruger jeg ikke så tit. Sæbe bruger jeg ikke så tit. Soap, I don't use that often. I don't use soap that often. Right? Maybe he doesn't use soap. Maybe he uses shampoo. Or he doesn't use anything. You see what I mean? That's where the focus is. The focus is on the soap. So it's not on him. And it's not on the frequency. It's on the soap. Ideen fik jeg for et par dage siden. Ideen fik jeg for et par dage siden. The idea I got a couple of days ago. Or I got the idea a couple of days ago. Now this could be contrasted with something like ideen fik jeg for et par dage siden. Men jeg fortalte den først i sidste uge. Eller, men jeg fortalte den først i dag. But I only just told it today. Right? So it could make a contrast between the time he got the idea and the time he told the idea. Right? Or ideen, let's say it's an idea for a thing, but then there's the execution of the thing. Right? Or someone is publishing the thing. Yeah. Alright, cool. So, in essence, when you have the object first, verb inversion occurs. So in these sentences, the emphasis is on the object, not the subject. Right? And the subject is the doer. Right? The doer is the active party, the one acting. I know it sounds kind of technical, but it's really not. And if you can get past the grammar terms, then that'll help you a lot. If you can just be cool with that. Right? Because it's kind of beautiful, and it makes it easier. You can of course say it in two ways. Right? You can say something like, tid har vi masser af. Right? Stress on the object. Or, vi har masser af tid. Stress is more on the subject or the verb. So, they both mean we have a lot of time, but the focus is different. Right? Wonderful. Now, the main thing is knowing when verb inversion occurs and when it doesn't. So, we've had a whole lot of explanations and examples in this little video. But let's have an actual context so you can see inversion happening in real time. Right? A little bit of a context here. I wish it could be longer, but there's gotta be room for translation. So, det er tidlig morgen, jeg er lidt træt i dag. I går var jeg ikke, men i dag er jeg. Måske er det fordi jeg ikke sover nok. Hvis jeg ikke sover nok, er jeg træt næste dag. Right? Now that was kind of fast. Let's break it down. Det er tidlig morgen, jeg er lidt træt i dag. Right? That's pretty straightforward. There's no inversion. Right? Just, det er tidlig morgen, it's early morning, jeg er lidt træt i dag. I'm early today. Right? You have i dag at the end here. And when it's at the end, there can't be inversion. Right? That's just impossible. So, there's nothing to say there really. Jeg er lidt træt i dag, I'm a little tired today. Right? But the second one, now that's more interesting. I går var jeg ikke. Yesterday I wasn't. Right? That's inversion, because i går is time. Right? I går has something to do with time. And then there's inversion. It's that simple. Men i dag er jeg, but today I am. And there's inversion again. I dag er jeg, because i dag is also about time. Or this one. Måske er det fordi. Måske er det fordi. Maybe it's because. And there's inversion. Måske er. Maybe it is. Måske er det fordi jeg ikke sover nok. I don't sleep enough. Yeah. So actually here there's inversion even though you have a D in the middle. Because what's more important than that is that you have an adverb in the beginning. Something that colors the sentence. Or this one. Hvis jeg ikke sover nok. If I don't sleep enough. Hvis jeg ikke sover nok. And then inversion. Er jeg træt den næste dag. I'm tired the next day. Let's look at that again. Here there's no inversion, the first one. Here there's inversion. Inversion again. Måske er det fordi, there's inversion. Hvis jeg ikke sover nok, er jeg træt. There's also inversion. There's a lot of inversion. But even though there's a lot, you still have to know the rules. You can't just add it randomly. It's a bit of hit and miss, but you want to know the rules. Alright, cool. And this is a little more interesting. Also some more context. Selvfølgelig kommer vi til festen i morgen. Og faktisk har vi glædet os hele ugen. Er det okay, hvis vi tager en flaske vin med? Du bliver så munter, når du drikker vin. Alright, slow down. Selvfølgelig kommer vi til festen i morgen. Now that really does create inversion, doesn't it? Selvfølgelig kommer vi. Selvfølgelig kommer vi til festen i morgen. Gotta have inversion. You don't want to say, selvfølgelig vi kommer. You can only say that if you, like I said before, you have like, selvfølgelig, like in the end sentence, vi kommer til festen i morgen, but then they're not connected. So, or the next one, faktisk har vi glædet os hele ugen. Actually, we've been excited all week, or we've been looking forward to it all week. Har vi glædet os? We have been. Ja. Har vi glædet os? But the third one, er det okay, hvis vi tager en flaske vin med? Basically, is it okay if we bring a bottle of wine? If we bring that to the party? And here there's no inversion. And there's no inversion because we have the conjunction in the middle. If we put this over here, hvis det er okay, then there would be an inversion. But there's not. It's here in the middle. So there's no inversion. And the same thing with the last one. Du bliver så munter, når du drikker vin. Du bliver så munter, når du drikker vin. You get so jolly or cheery or cheerful when you drink wine. So the first sentence here, du bliver så munter, makes perfect sense on its own. And because it does that, there is no inversion in the second part. It's really that simple. Når du drikker vin. You could actually say that there's like two separate sentences, and the only thing connecting them is the når. I could say, du bliver så munter, you get so jolly. And I could also say, du drikker vin. Two independent things, and I just connect them with the når. It's like that. Yeah. Wonderful. So it's really kind of easy. Now this one is something from one of the Danish stories I wrote, and I wrote a lot, so I just picked a little bit here. And as you see, there's no translation, but I'll just verbally translate. You will be told what's going on. I put the verbs in purple, and again the adverbs and prepositions and all that in blue. So, hvordan kan det være? Spørger I stjævnundrende. Jo, ser du, som du måske har bemærket, så har jeg kun et horn. Og hvis der er noget, der er eftertragtet i det kriminelle miljø i mit hjemland, så er det enhjørninghorn. Det er virkelig noget, der sælger godt. Isdjævlen lytter til hendes historie. Han er god til at se, når folk lyver, og indtil videre har Gudskøn ikke givet ham nogen grund til ikke at tro på hende. Now that's long, but it's really not that hard, and it's a very good practice. So look at this. Hvordan kan det være? We see the verbs here. Spørg. Now that's actually also inversion, but this is because it's a quote. Like when someone is quoting, either like they're asking, yelling, singing, saying, etc., then we also have inversion. So, spørg isdjævlen undrende. How can that be the ice devil? Made up word. It's a made up word. Don't walk around and say that. The ice devil as intrigued or wonderingly. Jo, ser du, well, you see, som du måske har bemærket, as you may have noticed, som du måske har bemærket, now here there's inversion again, måske har bemærket, så har jeg kun et horn, then I only have one horn, Right? Yeah, så, like then creates inversion. Og hvis der er noget, and if there is something, noget der er eftertragtet, something that is sought after or popular, there's demand, i det kriminelle miljø, in the criminal environment, right? In those circles, i mit hjemland, in my home country, så er det enhjørning af horn. Then it is unicorn horns. Is that even a word? Let's say it is. Så er det enhjørning af horn. Right? There's also inversion. Så er det. Then it is. Det er virkelig noget, der sælger godt. Det er virkelig noget, der sælger godt. And there is no inversion here, but there is der, and der is a conjunction, ikke? Something that sells well. Ishtion lytter til hendes historie. Nice devil is listening to her story. Han er god til at se, når folk lyver. He is good at seeing when people are lying. Og indtil videre. What is indtil videre? Indtil videre means like and so far or up until this point. So far, Gudskøn hasn't given him. Inversion again. Like, indtil videre har. The har comes right after. Right? Gudskøn hasn't given him nogen grund til ikke at tro på hende. Hasn't given him any reason not to believe her. Right? So this is really good. Like, of course, this is from a story, and I'll say you can do the same thing. Like, grab some short story, one of mine, or from a library, or anywhere really. Like, just grab some stories, and maybe even better, like, buy the book yourself, because then you can like highlight and you can ruin the book any way you want, and with all your notes. So yeah, like really practice. Oh, there's inversion. Oh, there's not inversion. Like, and then slowly you will see the patterns emerging. Because like I said, it's not all that random. It's not just some thing we sprinkle on the text or the language. It's there for a reason, and there's a rule, or there are rules to it. So yeah. Well, I'll give you a few more examples. These are a bit out of context, but just, to really, really hammer it home. I dag er jeg glad. Today I'm happy. Selvfølgelig elsker jeg ham. Of course I love him. I Danmark spiser vi ikke den slags. In Denmark, we don't eat that kind of thing. På en måde er hun meget interessant. In a way, she's very interesting. Desværre kender hun ikke svaret. Sadly, she doesn't know the answer. Right? Now, you already know the rules. I already told you. So let's just see how it is put together. I dag er jeg. Today I am. Right? Inversion. Selvfølgelig elsker. That is inversion. Selvfølgelig is an adverb. Selvfølgelig elsker jeg ham. I Danmark spiser. Right? Same thing. We got the verb here. And eat. Right? Spiser vi. På en måde, because it's in a way. Right? It's like location, even if it's not physical, but it's in a way. Right? Desværre kender hun ikke svaret. Sadly, she doesn't know the answer. Because desværre is an adverb. Right? And it adds spice, flavor, if you will, to the sentence. Yeah. Now, that was a lot of fun. There have been so many examples today. And you can rewatch this video, and you can also look at the slides if you have them. Then you can really like print them out and put them on your wall or whatever helps you, because it just helps you so much to keep seeing it again and again. Because when you get out there in the real world, you want to keep this in mind. You want to keep practicing. But by understanding and memorizing the rules in this video, you will master Danish verb inversion. Like, you will have it down. You will escape this, I don't know what you want to call this, hell. Some people describe it as where inversion is just this annoying thing. Because it doesn't have to be annoying. It doesn't have to be difficult. It really is this simple. Now, there's something that's more like adverb. Verb inversion is based on clauses. And it changes sort of the place of the adverb and the verb next to each other. But we'll get to that another time, because I like to focus on one thing at a time. So today was verb inversion. And the meaning is, we finished on time. Okay, so what are the options here? Vi blev færdige til tiden. Vi blev færdige til tiden. Vi er færdige på tiden. Vi bliver færdige til tiden. Okay, let's take a second here and think about it. Which one is correct? Færdig til tiden. There's a lot of færdig here, so that's the key word. But alright, let's see what the answer is. Vi blev færdige til tiden. The second one. Now let's look at the different ones. So the first one is færdig, and like this. But there's a problem. There is no E. And we gotta have E because it's plural and it's flertal, as we call it in Danish. It's more than one person. So it cannot be the first one. You gotta have the E. Now this one, vi er færdige på tiden. You might be tempted to think it's this one because it's like, oh, on time, på tiden. But it's just not correct. We don't say it like that. It's gotta be til tiden. That is the way. And the fourth one, vi bliver færdige til tiden, is also wrong because bliver is, what is that? It's the present tense. Right? So you don't want to do that because this is the past. We finished. Vi blev færdige. So færdig means like done or finished. It's kind of like we became finished or we became done. I know that's very weird in English, but that's like a very literal translation. Right? Så vi blev færdige til tiden. That's the way. Okay. Now the next one is, you're right about that. So it's a very short sentence. What are the options? Du er rigtig om det. Det har du ret om. Det har du ret i. Det er du rigtig med. I think a lot of you will have problems with this. And it's okay, it's a part of learning, but think about it. You're right about that. Rigtig om det, har du ret om, det har du ret i, det er du rigtig med. Alright, let's go to the next slide and find out. Det har du ret i. Okay, why is that? Well, let's start with the wrong ones. Du er rigtig om det. Don't say that. Don't ever say that, okay? If you want to say that someone is right, you at least got to remember the word ret, right? Because rigtig is more like an answer is correct, or like this is the right one. But if someone is right about a point, about a claim, then it's har ret, like not rigtig. So, not the first one. Also, it's not You might be tempted to think it's because, is about. Yeah, but you cannot always do it like that from Danish to English or English to Danish. It's not always so easy. Sometimes it is, but not here. So the second one, det har du ret om. Again, wrong preposition. Right? You don't say det har du ret om. That's not right. And the fourth one, det er du rigtig med. That's just kind of nonsense, to be honest. It's, So det er du rigtig med, you can't say that. Ikke? Med means with, so maybe some people would be tempted to say that. But no, it's wrong. It is just wrong. The right answer is, det har du ret i. Right? That's how it is. Det har du ret i. You have right. Just like in, Spanish and Italian, like you have right or you have reason. Moving on. I feel like singing, like I want to sing, I'm in the mood. What are the options? Jeg har lyst til at synge. Jeg føler at synge. Jeg har lyst til synge. Jeg føler at syngende. Okay, these all look quite similar. Take a second to think about it. Lyst til at synge, føler at synge, har lyst til at synge, føler at synge. What could it be? Let's see what the answer is. Jeg har lyst til at synge. The first one. This is the way. Now, I've talked about this before, and you've seen it in so many videos. This har lyst til, feel like doing, want to do. But maybe some of you didn't catch it yet. So the second one, jeg føler at synge, is wrong, because føler is feel, like actually having a feeling or feeling something. But remember, the English feel like doing, and this ingerund, as they call it, is when you want to do something. It's not like you directly feel. You know what I mean? Now, I'm not here to like teach you English or anything, but just to keep that in perspective when you're thinking about what feel actually is. Så, jeg føler at synge, that is just wrong. Now the third one, jeg har lyst til synge, it's a bit closer, but we're missing something. We are missing the at. We gotta have the at. At synge. You always want to have the at before the infinitive. The vast majority of the time you want to put an at before the verb in infinitive. What is infinitive? Infinitive means that it ends with an E. Right? And of course there are some that end with other letters, but they are exceptions. And the fourth one, jeg føler at synge. Now this one, it almost hurt me to write. It was so weird. It was so weird. No, the reason why I wrote it is because syngende is a word. Syngende means singing, or singingly, if you will. Sort of like you're doing it in a singing manner. Right? Like you're doing something while singing. So it's kind of like an adjective verb. It's like a mix, kind of becomes an adverb. And then some people, like especially if your mind is all in English, then you're like, singing, what's the closest? Syngende. No, it's not that. Right? All this like present continuous, you don't want to translate that directly to Danish. Or gerund, just the ing, remember that. You don't want to translate that directly, because you're going to get some very, very strange sentences. I've seen it a lot over the past 7 years. So yeah, remember that. Jeg har lyst til at synge. Nice. Let's move on. That's natural. Okay, so that's natural. What we got here? I got some options. So this is a short sentence. Let's try to crack this. Det er naturligt. Det er naturligvis. Det er natur. Det naturligt. They look similar, but you can see some differences. Det er naturligt. Det er naturligvis. Det er natur. Det naturligt. All right, let's see what the answer is. Det er naturligt. Let's look at it. It cannot be the second one, because naturligvis is naturally, as an adverb. So I could say, det er naturligvis sandt, or something like that. It is naturally, of course, true. But that is an adverb. You cannot say det er and then adverb. It doesn't work. You can't say that. Så det er naturligvis, big no-no. Det er natur. Well, that is coherent grammatically, but it wouldn't make sense here, because natur just means nature, like out in nature kind of thing. So it doesn't fit in this context. Right? Natur. And det naturligt, it's kind of easy to see, and there is no er, like the is. So det naturligt, although of course this can be frustrating for some learners, because when Danish people talk, like in real life, not now like in this video when I'm teaching you, but in real life it might be like det naturligt, right? But it's more like det apostrophe. So, der og som. Der, som. And yeah, they can both be translated to who or that in English, but it's not exactly the same. They're not 100% identical, so it's important you know the difference. Let's look at that. See what we got here. Now, basically, the difference is that der can only be used about subjects. I think a subject is the active one. The person or animal or whatever doing something in the sentence. Right? That is the subject. And that is the only time you can use der. But some you can always use. You can use some about a subject or an object. Of course, object means that something is passive. It or that person or animal is not doing anything. It's sort of receiving that. Okay? So, that is the basic difference. You can always use some, but you can only use der when it's about the subject. Okay, let's look at some sentences. What we got here. Now, these are fairly long, and they have to be, because otherwise I don't make the point clear. Let's see, we got something about a cat here. Of course we got a cat. Katten, der altid spiser chips, gav mig et chok. Katten, der altid spiser chips, gav mig et chok. The cat that's always eating chips gave me a shock. So this is pretty straightforward. The cat that, katten der. Could also say some, of course, but here we're saying der. Some of you might be wondering, well, are there cases where it's better to use der than some? Hey, people, be quiet, I'm working here. Sure, but that's at a more advanced level. As a beginner or intermediate, you don't have to worry so much about the nuance. As long as you're not making mistakes, that's good enough. So this first one is pretty simple. It's not too complicated. Now, what we got here? Den bil, der er dyrest, er allerede udsolgt. Den bil, der er dyrest, er allerede udsolgt. The car that is the most expensive is already sold out. Right? So that's really all it is. Der er dyrest. That is the most expensive. Så har vi den her, we got. Det, der interesserer mig mest, er den gyldne fugl. Det, der interesserer mig mest, er den gyldne fugl. Same thing. The thing that interests me the most is the golden bird. Okay? That's what it is. Easy peasy. Folk, der donerer til velgørenhed, trækker det fra i skat. Folk, der donerer til velgørenhed, trækker det fra i skat. People who donate to charity deduct it from their taxes. Okay? So all of these are very straightforward. And the cat that, or who, den bil der, the car that, det der, the thing that, folk der, people who. So yeah, that's actually how it is. Some of you might make this mistake where you say hvem, manden hvem, or kvinden hvem, personen hvem, and please don't do that. Of course you can make mistakes and that's okay, but I'm just telling you right now, that is wrong. We don't do that in Danish. There are cases where you can say hvem, but that's more like whom. I think this is more passive. I'll get into that some other time. But with these simple sentences like the cat, that, who, the bil, or det, or folk, don't say hvem. Right? Just stick to der or some, and you're pretty good. Okay. Now moving on, we got some. Of course, the thing is with some, you see there's a little parenthesis, little parenthesis, and parenthesis here is because it's optional, right? Same as in English. When it's the object, you don't have to say some, but you can. So you got some flexibility there. Okay, hvad har vi her? Kvinden, som jeg tænker på, har et problem. Kvinden, som jeg tænker på, har et problem. The woman whom I'm thinking about has a problem. And so here, som jeg tænker på, you can take out the some. The some is not necessary. But you cannot put der in there. That would be weird. Don't do that, alright? If you have something passive, an object, in this case the woman is the object in this sentence, yeah, I know how that sounds, then you cannot say der. Kvinden der jeg tænker på, no. I'll say it again, no. Alright, good, remember that. So that's fairly clear. Now the next one is the same point. Det slik, som jeg spiste, var økologisk. Det slik, som jeg spiste, var økologisk. The candy that I ate was organic. Now this one is a bit shorter, so it's a bit easier. Det slik, som, the candy that. Yeah. Easy. Nothing else to say. It's the same as what we have up here. Okay. Now this is a little bit different. This is træet, som faldt i nat, lugter rådent. Træet, som faldt i nat, lugter rådent. Let's practice that together, guys. Rådent. Rådent. Rotten. The tree that fell last night smells rotten. Now here træet is active. It's the subject. So you could also say der. But I just, gave you some here so you can see some examples. Træet, som faldt i nat, lugter rådent. Yeah. And you gotta have the some. If you just say træet faldt i nat, lugter rådent, I mean, yeah, it can kind of pass, but then it's not like the same trees, like træet faldt i nat, lugter rådent. Like it's very like trimmed sentences, kind of like you took away the meat, right? Nah, don't do that. Så ja, træet, som faldt i nat, lugter rådent. Oh yeah. Nå, hvad har vi her? Manden, som købte min sofa, er en gammel ven. Manden, som købte min sofa, er en gammel ven. The man who bought my couch is an old friend. Same thing. Træet, som faldt i nat. Manden, som købte min sofa. It's the same logic. Yeah. There's nothing else to say, really. It is really that simple. And that is the difference between der and some. Then maybe some other day I can get into hvilket. Because that can be a little bit tricky sometimes. But at least master these two, because they are different. They're used differently. Okay. Super. Så går vi videre til den her. Moving on to this. This is kun og bare. Yeah. And I also see a lot of learners making mistakes with this. To be fair, there is some overlapping, and even Danish people sometimes might pick one that's a little bit off. It's not going to be totally off because it is our language, but it's like only in just in English. People sometimes say something that sounds a bit weird, so don't hit yourself in the head with I don't know, something just because you don't get 100%. With that being said, though, I can help you a little bit. I can give you some pointers here, something you can generally construct sentences by. So, let's see what we got here. Okay. As it says right here, kun generally translates to only, and bare, well, usually translates to just. That's like a rough introduction. It's like the headline. Yeah, but if we're really getting into it, so kun being only, well, something limited to a certain time, group, circumstance, something less than expected. Like it's not so much, you thought it would be more, or it's exclusive, it's limited to a certain group, demographic group, could be anything, a circumstance, only in a special situation, only at a certain time of day, certain time of year. So that is like kun, and that is why kun can best be translated as only. Don't be like, it's always like that, and you'll see, some overlaps and some exceptions here and there. But as a rule of thumb, you can believe that and remember that. Okay, cool. Now ba is more like just, and it's used to describe that something is simple or nothing special, not a big deal, straightforward. Maybe something that's casual, like someone did something casually, like without thinking, without asking, just sort of like that. So that is usually how ba is used. And I'm not gonna get into the overlapping today. We'll see that some other time, because I don't want you to get too confused. So let's look at some examples. We got something with kun first. What we got here? Klokken er kun 8. Klokken er kun 8. It's only 8 o'clock. Okay. So that's, it's the time. And because it's not that much, right? Saying klokken er bare 8. I might have heard it sometimes, but it doesn't sound natural. Like kun. You want to go with kun. Kun. Yeah. Let's see. Klokken er kun 8. In general, when you talk about numbers and it's like only a certain number, then go with kun. Let's see here. Det er kun mine forældre, der ved det. Det er kun mine forældre, der ved det. It's only my parents who know. I don't know what they know, but you can imagine that. Kun mine forældre, der ved det. Right? Because here it's limited to a few individuals. Again, it's exclusive. Right? Kun. Kun mine forældre, der ved det. Yeah. Okay. And then this one is, jeg arbejder kun om onsdagen. Jeg arbejder kun om onsdagen. I only work on Wednesdays. A little side note, it's onsdagen literally means the Wednesday. Because in English, when you say something like weekly, Mondays, Tuesdays, etc., but we usually say like the, like onsdagen, tirsdagen, mandagen, and so on in Danish. It's just a different approach. So, only work on Wednesdays. Okay, so it's limited. It's limited to a certain time, to a certain day. Jeg arbejder kun om onsdagen. Very nice. Okay, this one. Du skal kun gøre det, hvis det er nødvendigt. Du skal kun gøre det, hvis det er nødvendigt. You should only do it if it's necessary. Alright, so here is again that thing. It's only in that case, only if the case, situation, scenario, circumstance is a certain way, then you should do it. Right? If it's not, then don't do it. Så du skal kun gøre det. You should only do it. Du skal kun gøre det, hvis det er nødvendigt. You should only do it if it's necessary. That's how it is. Alright. So that was kun. This is ba, and ba is, it's fairly easy when you think about it actually, but it's also a little more versatile. Like it can be used for different kinds of things, where kun is always about something being limited or less than expected. Ba is, well, you're gonna see here. So, jeg sidder bare og ser en film. Jeg sidder bare og ser en film. I'm just sitting, watching a movie. Yeah, I could also say it in a more native way instead of saying it so slowly. Jeg sidder bare og ser en film. Jeg sidder bare og ser en film, man. Right? So again, it's casual. It's not a big deal. Maybe you call your friend and you're like, hey man, what's up? Get down, what you doing? And then like, jeg sidder bare og læser en bog. Jeg sidder bare og spiser. Jeg sidder bare og prutter. Whatever it might be, right? Indicating that it's not a big deal. It's nothing special. Nice. Alright, this next one. Tag det roligt. Det er bare en hund. Tag det roligt. Det er bare en hund. Take it easy or calm down. It's just a dog. Like so, bare en hund. And maybe someone is jumping up and down and they think it's like Godzilla or something, but really it's just a little poodle, right? So yeah, it's nothing special. It's sort of not in the crazy category that someone might have thought, right? Maybe someone is drinking water and then it's like, hey, er det vodka? Nej, det er bare vand, right? Så ja, det er bare en hund. Nice. Alright. Bare kom ind og spis noget kage. Bare kom ind og spis noget kage. Just come in and eat some cake. Kom ind og spis noget kage. So this bar is sort of like, just go ahead. Like, don't hesitate, don't overthink, don't make it complicated, just do it. Like, bare gør det. Ja, gør det bare. You could also say that, like that commercial. Bare kom ind. Ja. Fortæl mig det bare. Right? And so on. So bar is like very nice if you wanna give a sort of command, but not like a hard command, but you know, like letting people know that it's okay, it's not a big deal, they can just go ahead and do it. Bare kom in, just come on in. Alright. Yeah, and bar is the one we use with like casual things. Like if someone did something casual, like easily, like no concerns, so it's like bar, han gjorde det bare, he just did it. So it's nice like that. Okay, the last one here. Vi er bare venner. Vi er bare venner. We're just friends. So, you know, it's not hard to imagine some scenario where you're like hanging out with someone and people are like, hey, what you two got going on? And then you're like, vi er bare venner, we're just friends, right? And yeah, it's the same as in English or any other language really. This one, bare, kun venner, might be okay to say kun venner, and I'm saying might because it's not like a crime or anything, but it's not the main way. Right? Because it's like you could say venner is like a step down from being maybe in a relationship or something more. So by that logic, you could get away with saying kun. I have seen it from time to time. But again, it's not the main word. Use bare, then you're safe. Vi er bare venner. Alright? Oh yeah. Alright. Now, that was cool, but we are going to review all the stuff that I just talked about. We are going to sort of look at some sentences, maybe you remember from last time, where, yep, you see it here, there's some blanks. And then you sort of get to guess, before I give you the answer, what goes in there. But to be fair, the way I put it up is kind of easy to guess. It's not like I gave you a hard challenge here. So, yeah, alright, let's do it. Hvad er det, gør dig allermest lykkelig? Hvad er det, gør dig allermest lykkelig? What is it that makes you the very most happy? I know that translation very most can look silly, but it's because of allermest. It's like the highest of the highest, the best. Den sang, jeg hørte, mindede mig om Napoleon. What? Den sang, jeg hørte, mindede mig om Napoleon. The song that I heard reminded me of Napoleon. Okay. Giv mig noget virker. Giv mig noget virker. Give me something that works. Okay. Det vaskepulver, du har, dufter af blomster. The washing powder that you have smells like flowers. Alright. Now, you might already have a pretty good idea of what I'm gonna say, what goes in here, 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 and here. Let's see if you're right. Okay, så hvad er det, der gør dig allermest lykkelig? Eh? Of course, you can also say some. It is something active. The human being here, the dig, the you, is actually an object, because he, she is being made happy by something. To some of you who are not really comfortable with grammar terms, you might be like, well, that's weird, how can a person be the object and then something that's not alive be the subject, be active? But you gotta think about what is the active part in the sentence. And this is grammar rules, it's not like normal world rules, if you can say it like that. So yeah. Så hvad er det, der gør dig allermest lykkelig? Alright, den sang, som jeg hørte. It's gotta be some. You cannot say der, because some is what is passive. It's the object. Den sang, som jeg hørte, mindede mig om Napoleon. Yeah, I don't know why Napoleon. I'm so random sometimes. Giv mig noget, der virker. Giv mig noget, der virker. Again, that's there. Could also be some. You sense there's like a pattern going on here. Giv mig noget, der virker. But of course, you gotta have the there. If you just say, giv mig noget, virker, it's like, what? It's like two sentences, what are you doing? Så, giv mig noget, der virker, og giv mig noget, som virker. Alright, cool. Det vaskepulver, som du har, dufter af blomster. Det vaskepulver, som du har, dufter af blomster. The washing powder that you have smells like flowers. Yeah, you already know this. So again, same thing. It's got to be some, cannot be there, because the washing powder is not doing anything. You're doing it. You're having it. Like having things. Alright. So that's pretty clear. Now moving on to this. This is something with only. Again, I set it up in a kind of easy way. Vi har en bil. Vi har en bil. We only have one car. Jeg kan se, at klokken er 11. Jeg kan se, at klokken er 11. I can see that it's only 11 o'clock. Okay. Det er dyr, der spiser den slags. Det er dyr, der spiser den slags. It's only animals that eat that kind of thing. Det er min psykolog, der ved det. Det er min psykolog, der ved det. It's only my psychologist who knows. Since I put it this way, you can guess what goes in here in all these blanks. It is of course kun. Because this is again kun en bil. It's only one car. And that's a low number, even though it's enough. Klokken kun 11. So that is relative of course, but in that context it's only 11. It's not late. Det er kun dyr, der spiser den slags, because apparently humans don't. Right? So it's limited to a certain group. It's sort of exclusive. Det er kun min psykolog, der ved det. It is only my psychologist who knows. Like only one person. It's very limited, very exclusive. I'm repeating myself a lot, but I hope you're getting the point. Alright, that's nice. Så det her er selvfølgelig... Yeah, you know what's gonna go in here. Let's just read it. Det er sodavand. Det er sodavand. It's just soda. Hun tog min telefon uden at spørge. Hun tog min telefon uden at spørge. Spørge, but you don't have to say that. She just took my phone without asking. Jeg ligger og slapper af. Jeg ligger og slapper af. I'm just lying, relaxing. When I say lying, I mean like lying down, not telling lies. This is very Danish to say. Jeg ligger og jeg sidder og like lying, sitting, standing, walking. It's just something we do. It's like our present continuous. Sig hvad du tænker på. Sig hvad du tænker på. Just tell me what you're thinking about. Alright. You know what's coming. It's not really a surprise. Cause it's bare all the way through. Det er bare sodavand. Again, it's not some crazy cocktail, it's just soda. Hun tog bare min telefon, and this is like, she just did it casually, with no concern, with no hesitation, no afterthought. It's just like, whoop, just did it, like that. So yeah, bare. Hun tog bare min telefon uden at spørge. Og jeg ligger bare og slapper af. I'm just lying, relaxing, lying down. Slapper bare af. I'm just relaxing. And it's important that you can use words like kun and bare, because sure, there are some sentences where you can omit them. You don't have to put them in there, but it's about spicing up your Danish. Eh? It's about sounding interesting and sounding native and not sounding like a textbook. We don't want to sound like a textbook. So, yeah. And then again, bare sig hvad du tænker på. Bare sig hvad du tænker på. Because, I mean, it's this like very casual, light command. Like it's nothing special. It's not complicated at all. Just do it. Bare sig hvad du tænker på. Right? It's like that. Så ja, det er bare super. Jeg står ved cyklen. Jeg står ved cyklen. I'm standing by the bicycle. So, this is because you're like by the bike, maybe like in front of it or next to it, you're by it. You're not on it, you're not under it, you're by it. So, this is a very important function for ved, that it means by, like some physical relation. Jeg står ved cyklen. Yeah, the same thing is true here. The next one. Vi parkerede ved søen. Vi parkerede ved søen. We parked by the lake. Alright? So again, it's right next to the lake or in front of it. Ved søen. Vi parkerede ved søen. Yeah, it's actually pretty simple. It's physical. Now the next one is a little bit different because this is not physical. This is det er ved at være tid. Det er ved at være tid. It's almost time, or it's about to be time. Now it's getting a little bit trickier here because ved is sort of like you're at the point or you're getting there, you're reaching there gradually, right? So At være tid is like to be time. Det er tid, it is time. Ikke? Ved at være, about to be. We're not quite there yet, but almost. We're getting there. Ved at være, and if you're in Denmark, I hope you are, then just pay attention. Like when people are talking, you're gonna hear them say this. Det er ved at være tid, ved at være klar, ved at være, a lot. We say it a lot, right? But of course faster than I do it, because, this is a lesson. So real life is faster. Det er ved at være tid. Alright, this is very similar. Jeg er ved at være klar. Jeg er ved at være klar. I'm almost or about to be ready. Right? So klar is of course an adjective. So at være klar, to be ready. Right? Ved at være is ved is the whole key here. Ved at være could use any adjective here, right? Well, I mean, it would have to be something that you become by completion of something or reaching a certain point. Jeg er ved at være træt. Jeg er ved at være frisk. Jeg er ved at være gammel. You're getting old. Yeah, or anything. So it's really, really good to know. Jeg er ved at være klar. And this one is a little bit different. Hun er ved at lave mad. Hun er ved at lave mad. She's cooking. Now the translation here is very short. That's gotta be annoying. But ved at here with the verb is like you're in the middle of doing it. Right? Sort of like present continuous, because we don't have that in Danish. Like in English you say am doing, or estoy haciendo in Spanish or something like that. But we don't have that in Danish. So instead you're gonna say something like ved at, or you could say i gang med at stå at, but that's for another time. Ved at is when you're like in the middle of doing it. And it's commonly used with verbs where something can be completed, right? Like cooking. Ved at lave mad, ved at gøre rent, cleaning. Ved at gøre mig klar, getting ready, again, klar. So usually it's used when something is getting done, like something that can be completed. Like if I'm dancing, it would be a little unusual to hear me say, jeg er ved at danse. No, then I would just say, jeg danser, or jeg står og danser. Like I'm standing and dancing, literally. So it's a little bit different, but cooking is something that can be completed, and therefore ved at, right? Alright. Now this one is very different from that. Hvad vil du gøre ved det? On fast, hvad vil du gøre ved det? What are you going to do about it? So hvad vil du gøre is of course, what will you do, or what are you gonna do? The vil is like about, sort of like influence or impact. When we are talking about affecting or trying to solve or trying to influence a certain outcome, then we would often use ved. So hvad vil du gøre ved det? What will you do about it? And yeah, that's really it. Now some of you might be tempted to say because is about. Yeah, but not here. Right? When you're talking about influencing something, then you're gonna say ved, right? Hvad vil du gøre ved det? And the reason why I say it like ved and not ved is because when we talk fast, that soft he kind of disappears, right? It's annoying, but that's how it is. Alright. Hvad vil du gøre ved det? What are you going to do about it? Cool. Now here we got. Den historie gjorde noget ved mig. Den historie gjorde noget ved mig. That story did something to me. So this is similar to the last one, but not exactly the same, because gjorde noget ved mig is like it did something to me. It influenced me. It made an impression. It got to me. Right? Touched me, if you will. Gjorde noget ved mig. So if you're watching something or hearing something, you're like, wow. And it could be good, could be bad, but like it did something to you. Then you could say, gjorde noget ved mig. Okay? It could also be if someone did something to you. Hvad har han gjort ved dig? What did he do to you? So like something bad. That would usually be a bad thing if it's about a person doing something. But yeah, here it's like, it's not a person, it's a story, so it can be both good or bad. Den historie gjorde noget ved mig. Started something to me. Okay. So, this one. Det interessante ved bogen var handlingen. Det interessante ved bogen var handlingen. The interesting thing about the book was the action or the plot. So here we have det interessante ved bogen. So ved is again about a certain aspect, side, element. When you're talking about something and you want to say the good thing about, the bad thing about, the interesting thing about, and so on, you want to say ved. Det interessante ved bogen, det bedste ved bogen, det mærkelige ved bogen, det anything, right? And no, you don't have to say ting, like den interessante ting, den gode ting, den mærkelige ting. No, that's English. Like in Danish, you can just say det, and then the adjective, right? But you gotta have an e there. So, det interessante ved bogen, the interesting thing, the interesting part. That's how it is. Det interessante ved bogen var handlingen. Okay, alright. This one. Hvad er det bedste ved at være dig? Hvad er det bedste ved at være dig? What is the best thing about being you? Okay? So again, aspect. Det bedste ved at være. The best thing about being. Hvad er det bedste ved at være dig? So it's basically the same grammar as here. Det interessante ved bogen. Det bedste ved at være dig. There's really no difference grammar-wise, right? So it's pretty sweet once you know that. Bedste ved at være dig. The best thing about being you. Alright. And then we go here. This is a tricky one. It's tricky to explain and also to understand. Det er der ikke noget ved. Det er der ikke noget ved. Det er der ikke noget ved, det er der ikke noget ved. There's nothing interesting about that. Yeah, this is an approximate translation because if I say, det er der ikke noget ved, it's basically saying that's not interesting, there is nothing interesting about that. An example, maybe you're like, skal vi ikke se en gammel film? Let's watch an old movie. And then I'm like, oh, that sounds boring. So then I can say, det er der ikke noget ved, right? Or maybe you're talking to a person who's not really giving you anything, like there's nothing stimulating, nothing new, or nothing exciting. And then you could be like, det er der ikke noget ved. Like, you could also make it longer. Der er ikke noget ved at sidde og snakke med sådan en. Talking to a person like that. Right? So basically, whenever someone says, der er ikke noget ved, blah blah blah, and there's nothing about la la la, eller det er der ikke noget ved, there's nothing interesting, there's nothing good, there's no value there, right? That's what it is. It simply means there's no point in doing it, no value, no reward, no... Yeah, you see what I'm getting at here, right? So that's basically what it is. Det er der ikke noget ved. Yeah. The next one is similar, but it says a question. Hvad er der ved det? Hvad er der ved det? What's interesting about that, or what's good about that? Right? So again, if someone's like, skal vi ikke sidde og kigge på væggen? Like, let's sit and look at the wall. And then you're like, hvad er der ved det? Like, you could also say, like, hvad er der spændende ved det? Exciting, hvad er der godt ved det? Hvad er der interessant ved det? But you don't have to. If you just say, hvad er der ved det? It's like, oh yeah, we get it, right, from the context. It implies that there is nothing. It implies that there is nothing to be gained by doing that. It's boring. So yeah. Now, this one is different. Vær god ved din søster. Vær god ved din søster. Be good to your sister. Right? So this ved is like to, like towards, in relation to, when you're dealing with, talking to, being with, and so on. Vær god ved din søster. A little side note here. Vær, right, is the imperative. The command form, if you will. Vær god ved din søster. So, yeah, not so much to say about that, really. It's pretty straightforward. Cool. Okay, this is a little long. I like this one. Vi kan ikke blive ved med at drikke kaffe. Vi kan ikke blive ved med at drikke kaffe. We can't keep drinking coffee. So, blive ved med at is like to keep doing. You just continuing, you're not stopping, you keep doing it. Vi kan ikke blive ved med. We can't keep doing. And now in this case it's kind of like it's not sustainable, it's not healthy. Or maybe you don't have time for it. So, vi kan ikke blive ved med at drikke kaffe. But it's used in many different contexts. Good or bad or short term, long term. It's very, it's widely used, I would say. Vi kan ikke blive ved med at drikke kaffe. Can't keep drinking coffee. Now this one is just the imperative, very short. Bliv ved med det. Bliv ved med det. Keep it up. Keep doing it. Right? So if someone is doing something well, maybe at work or whatever it is, and you want to say, hey, keep it up, then you're like, bliv ved med det. You don't have to say gør. Bliv ved med at gøre det. I mean, you can, but it's unnecessary. Just keep it short like this. Bliv ved med det. Right? Alright, beautiful. Now this one is physical. It's the last one here. Hun står ved siden af sin mand. Hun står ved siden af sin mand. She's standing next to her husband. Yeah, there's not so much to explain here. She's standing and next to her is her husband. That's it. Right? Står ved siden af. Literally, it's like ved siden, ikke? At the side of. Side. Siden. The side. Yeah, but that's how it is. But you don't say like, like in English, oh, the girl next door, the guy next door. Like, no, you can't say like, manden ved siden af, drengen ved siden af. No, that's nabo. Ikke? Or you say inde ved siden af. That's okay. Especially if like the houses are very close, like an apartment complex. So yeah. Alright, cool. Så den næste her. Okay, this is a little bit different. Jeg står ved din side. Jeg står ved din side. I stand by your side. So this is also a side, but it's more like in a supporting way. Right? Like you stand by them through thick and thin or moral support, that kind of stuff. Jeg står ved din side. So it's not physical. The other one is physical. This is not. Alright. And this is very different. Jeg vandt ved at træne hårdt. Jeg vandt ved at træne hårdt. I won by training hard. So yeah, you can already see it. Like, ved at is like by. Whatever you achieve or whatever happened, it happened through the means of an action. Right? Jeg vandt ved at træne hårdt. I won by training hard. And yeah, you can take this, take this little pattern and just replace it with something else. Jeg vandt, og jeg... Well, I don't want to say what you have to write, but you can put any verb here, basically, in the past tense, right? And then, of course, this has to be infinitive. Sige træne, that is infinitive, not present, not past, infinitive, ending with an E. That's very important. Next is also ved. Ved as in by, but det skete ved et uheld. Det skete ved et uheld. It happened by accident. Alright. So, yeah, that's basically it. Of course, this is, you have the noun here, right? Oh, sorry, the verb here, det skete. And then uheld is a noun. So, by an accident, literally. Det skete ved et uheld. Uheld, uheld, uheld. Yep, that is accident or incident. Yeah. Happened by accident. Awesome. I got 2 more here. Vi opdagede det ved et tilfælde. Vi opdagede det ved et tilfælde. We discovered it by chance or coincidence. Now, literally, tilfælde means coincidence, but I know in English you would say chance, so yeah. Right, and it's kind of similar, like the other thing was by accident. If the other thing was by accident, this is by coincidence, right? Kind of similar. Vi opdagede det ved et tilfælde. See, that's really what it is. And the last one. Jeg bliver så trist ved tanken om at skulle gøre det. Jeg bliver så trist ved tanken om at skulle gøre det. The thought of having to do that makes me so sad. Or I get so sad by at the thought of having to do that. So like ved tanken is like at the thought, and you like having that thought makes you sad. So yeah, that's what it is. Jeg bliver så trist ved tanken om at skulle gøre det. Alright. Now, normally in these preposition videos, I would just give you the examples and that be it. But I want to do a little bit more today. I have some rhymes put together here because you guys, you know I like making rhymes and it's fun. So yeah, here's some rhymes with examples, like a little bit different from what we did before, but the same point. So I'm not gonna explain so much. I'm just gonna like read and also give you the translation. And this is how we do it. Jeg står ved en togstation. Det er en meget gammel tradition. Det er ved at være tid til at spise noget. Jeg kigger på mit ur og kan se, tiden er gået. Jeg står ved en togstation. I'm standing by a train station. Det er en meget gammel tradition. It is a very old tradition. Det er ved at være tid til at spise noget. It's almost time to eat something. Jeg kigger på mit ur og kan se, tiden er gået. I look at my watch and can see that the time has passed. Alright. Næste side. Min oldemor er ved at lave mad. Jeg kan se, at det gør hende glad. Hendes mad, den gør altid noget ved mig. Måske gør den også noget ved dig. Okay. Min oldemor er ved at lave mad. My great grandmother is cooking. Jeg kan se, at det gør hende glad. I can see it makes her happy. Hendes mad, den gør altid noget ved mig. Her food, it always does something to me. Måske gør den også noget ved dig. Maybe it does something to you too. Det bedste ved at være i live er, at man kan spise en masse jordbær, men ikke havregryn. Det er der ikke noget ved. Nej, ikke så spændende, når man tænker over det. Det bedste ved at være i live er. The best thing about being alive is. At man kan spise en masse jordbær. That you can eat a lot of strawberries. Men ikke havregryn. Det er der ikke noget ved. But not oatmeal or oats. There's nothing interesting about that. Nej, ikke så spændende, når man tænker over det. No, not that interesting when you think about it. At spise noget uden smag, hvad der ved det? det er så kedeligt, og jeg ved, at du vil have det sjovt, så tænk på min bror, og vær god ved ham, han er sjovere, end du tror. At spise noget uden smag, hvad er der ved det? Eating something without taste, what's good about that? Det er så kedeligt, og jeg ved, at du vil. It's so boring, and I know that you want. Ha' det sjovt, så tænk på min bror. To have fun, so think about my brother. Og vær god ved ham. Han er sjovere, end du tror. And be good to him. He is funnier than you think, or more fun than you think. Så lad os blive ved med at drikke kaffe. Jeg har kaffe, der er ikke noget, jeg ikke kan skaffe. Hvem er den mand, du står ved siden af? Er det ham, der bor i huset uden tag? Ham, der bor i huset uden tag. Så lad os blive ved med at drikke kaffe. So let's keep drinking coffee. Jeg har kaffe. Der er ikke noget, jeg ikke kan skaffe. I have coffee. There's nothing I can't get. Hvem er den mand, du står ved siden af? Who is the man you're standing next to? Er det ham, der bor i huset uden tag? Is it the one who lives in the house without roof? Nej. Nå, men jeg støtter dig. Jeg står ved din side. Det synes jeg bare lige, at du skulle vide. Jeg får dig til at grine ved at danse sjovt. Nogen synes måske, at det er lidt flovt. Nå, men jeg støtter dig. Jeg står ved din side. Well, I support you. I stand by your side. Det synes jeg bare lige, at du skulle vide. I just thought you should know that. Jeg får dig til at grine ved at danse sjovt. I make you laugh by dancing funny. Nogen synes måske, at det er lidt flovt. Some might think that it's a little embarrassing. Men jeg sværger, det skete ved et uheld. Alt er godt, og du har ikke nogen gæld. Vi mødte hinanden ved et tilfælde, det er sandt, da vi så en fodboldkamp, og vores hold vandt. Men jeg sværger, det skete ved et uheld. But I swear it happened by accident. Alt er godt, og du har ikke nogen gæld. All is well, and you have no debt. Vi mødte hinanden ved et tilfælde. Det er sandt. We met each other by chance. That is true. Da vi så en fodboldkamp, og vores hold vandt. When we were watching a football game, and our team won. Jeg bliver glad ved tanken om de mange minder, og tanken om julemandens røde kinder. Jeg bliver glad ved tanken om de mange minder. I get so happy at the thought of the many memories. Og tanken om julemandens røde kinder. And the thought of Santa's red cheeks. He trains to become better. Alright, so we got 4 options here. Which one might it be? Han træner for at blive bedre. Han træner at blive bedre. Han træner for at blive bedre. Han træner for at blive bedre. They're very similar, I know. And look at them. Look at the little differences. Han træner for at blive bedre. Han træner at blive bedre. Han træner for blive bedre. Han træner for blive bedre. Nah. Take a second to think about it. Alright, let's see the answer. What is it? Han træner for at blive bedre. The first one. And why? Why is that the case? Well, let's take a look here at the other ones. The second one is han træner at blive bedre. Yeah, it's good that we have the ads, but something is missing, right? You gotta have the for. You gotta have that for before the ad. Han træner for at blive bedre. It's like that, right? It's very important. Third one, han træner for at blive bedre. Well, again, you're missing something. You're missing the ads. You gotta have both of them, right? In Danish, when you're doing something for a specific purpose, like I'm doing it in order to achieve something or to get a result, then you say for at, okay? You gotta have both. That's very important. And then the last one is of course wrong because you're missing the at, and also it's træne, and træne would be the infinitive, right? Like at træne, to train. So yeah, that's just totally wrong. So it is the first one. Han træner for at blive bedre, and that's how it is. Alright, cool. Går vi videre til den næste. Alright, so this one is, she is upset or sad. She's like, oh, like that, right? Alright. Hun er kedelig. Hun er upset. Hun er ked af det. Hun er kedelig. Ja. Hun er kedelig. Hun er upset. Hun er ked af det. Hun er kedelig. Which one could it be? Which one is it? Yeah. It is. Ready? Yeah, you are. Hun er ked af det. Hun er ked af det. The third one. Let's look at the other ones. The first one is kedelig. And kedelig, that is a word. You could say this, but it means something else. Kedelig means boring. Right? Like she's a boring person. She's not fun to be around. So that's different. Hun er kedelig. She's boring. Hun er upset. Now, some of you might think this because you're like, well, upset, right? They're similar. But no, it's not the same. Upset is like determined. Right? So like you're determined to do something. You're sort of putting your nose up. Like that's a very Danish thing to say. But yeah, so that's completely different. And then the last one, kedelig, is, well, you know, kedelig is boring. Kedelig with an E is also boring, but this is incorrect, like in any case, because kedelig is the plural, right? More than one person. So you cannot say hun er kedelig. You could say de er kedelige, like they are boring, eller vi er kedelige, and vi er kedelige is we are boring. But you cannot say hun er kedelig. That just doesn't match, alright? So therefore it's ked af det. Ked af det is like upset. Now some of you might know the word trist, and trist is also sad, and they do overlap a lot. But trist could also just be like the feeling, or the vibe, the atmosphere, you know, like blue, gloomy, sort of down, where ked af det is specifically like something made you upset. Right? Like you say en trist sang, en trist historie, en trist film, trist digt, etc. Like all these pieces of art or whatever. But ked af det, they can only be a person or an animal, right? Someone that's able to feel emotions. And that's how it is. Alright, cool. Now this one is, it feels good to be praised. Okay, it feels good to be praised. Let's see. Det føles godt at være rost. Det føler godt at rost. Det føles godt at blive rost. Det føles god at bliver rost. Interesting. Let's take a good look at these. Det føles godt at være rost. Det føler godt at rost. Det føles godt at blive rost. Or det føles god at blive rost. Maybe you know. Maybe you know the answer. Let's see what it is. It is... Det føles godt at blive rost. The third one. Why? Well, the first one up here. Det føles godt at være rost. You might be tempted to say this, because you're like, well, være is be, so at være to be. And that is correct if you're talking about being something. At være glad, to be happy. But not when you are the object. Not when you're talking about something passive. So when something is being done to someone or something, then it's at blive, right? Then that is be instead of være. And this is a very, very common mistake. I've seen it from a lot of students and learners in general, so be aware and pay attention. The second one, det føler godt. Yeah, again, that's something missing here that is super obvious. And also it has an R, which is not correct, because you gotta have the S, right? When you are describing a feeling, like you're receiving something or some action, then we say det føles, and then whatever. Right? Det føles godt, det føles skidt, det føles dejligt, det føles mærkeligt, whatever. And notice that there is always a T. Which brings me to the last one. Det føles god. No, because here it works more as an adverb, right? Like it feels good because it's the way the action is. So therefore you say det føles godt. And it's also wrong to say at bliver, because bliver is the present tense. You cannot have the present tense after at. Right? So that's also very important to keep in mind. The right one is det føles godt at blive rost. And that's the way it is. Alright, cool. Then we take this one. She's afraid of flying. Okay. Let's see. Hun er bange for fly. Hun er bange for at flyve. Hun er bange af at flyve. Hun er bange flyve. Hun er bange for fly. Hun er bange for at flyve. Hun er bange af at flyve. Hun er bange flyve. Which one is it? Yeah. Alright, let's see what it is. Hun er bange for at flyve. The second one. Let's look at that. The first one, this hun er bange for fly. Now, you could say that. It is possible, but fly is not flying. Fly is plane, airplane. You could also say flyvemaskiner, right? But fly is acceptable. It's totally fine as well. So, fly. Hun er bange for fly. That would just means that. That would mean that she's afraid of airplanes. Different thing. And the third one, hun er bange af at flyve. Well, that is just a wrong preposition. Again, you might be tempted to say this because you have the of here. And you're like, well, of is a. And yeah, sometimes it is, but not in this case. I made another video about that. You can check it out. But when you're afraid of something, it's very important to say bange for. Hvad er du bange for? Jeg er bange for hekse, monstre, mumier, zombie, or whatever it might be. In this case, at flyve, flying. So yeah, pay attention to that. Bange af at flyve. That is not the way. And the last one, hun er bange flyve. I think everyone here can see that it's wrong because there's no preposition, and that is just not right. Right? Also, you gotta have that at. You always gotta have the at before the infinitive. So yeah, hun er bange for at flyve. Alright. So this one, this might be a little tricky for some of you at least. Do you have what it takes? So like there's some goal, challenge, obstacle, and you're like, it takes something, and it requires something of you. Do you have it? Har du, hvad det tager? Du har, hvad der skal til. Have du, hvad det tager? Har du, hvad der skal til? They look quite similar, at least some of them. What could it be? Do you have what it takes? Har du, hvad det tager? Du har, hvad der skal til. Have du, hvad det tager? Har du, hvad der skal til? Let's see what the answer is. Har du, hvad der skal til? The last one. Interesting. Now, the first one here. Har du, hvad det tager? We just don't say that. I think that would be a very direct translation. And I think I said it before, but I'm gonna say it again. When you want to translate something, let's say you're doing it from English, because you might be doing that, a lot of you, be aware that the more idiomatic or colloquial it is in English, the higher the chance of it being wrong in Danish. Like if it's very plain, like very literal, like jeg spiser morgenmad nu, I'm eating breakfast now, there's not really any room for a mistake. But something like, what does it take? Right? That is not clear because take could mean many things. So therefore, if you just take the direct translation of ta or tea, it becomes pretty weird. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, really be aware of that. These direct translations, they're gonna not do you any favors, let me put it that way. Now the second one, du har hvad der skal til. This could work as another sentence if I removed the question mark and just put a punctuation here, a period, because that is just a statement. Right? If I want to say you have what it takes, and like it's not a question, it's a statement, and I'm saying that. Du har hvad der skal til. Sure, but that's a statement, so it's not right in this case. Then the third one is have du. I mean, I can't even say it. This is so weird. Have du. I think most of you see that is wrong because have, that is infinitive, and you don't want infinitive popping up like that. Infinitive is like after an at. At least you gotta have another verb before that. So yeah, that's just not right. That's why you can't say that. And also it has ta again. That's no. Har du hvad der skal til? That's the one. Jeg har hvad der skal til for la 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 la. The thing you want to do. Beautiful. Okay, jeg tager den næste her. Yeah, this is some good stuff. I'm happy for you. So this is meant as in someone has some good news and you're sort of happy for them. Like, oh, that's great, I'm happy for you. It's sort of on their behalf. Yeah, you're feeling their joy. So let's see what we got here. Jeg er glad for dig. Jeg er glad på dine vegne. Jeg er glad til dig. Jeg er glad på din vej. Jeg er glad for dig. Jeg er glad på dine vegne. Jeg er glad til dig. Jeg er glad på din vej. Alright, what we gonna do here, guys? Alright, let's see what it is. Jeg er glad på dine vegne. And this is important because, well, let's just take them one by one. The first one, jeg er glad for dig. I think a lot of you would be tempted to say this because you're like, well, glad for dig, happy for you, right? But no. If you say jeg er glad for dig, that means that you like them very deeply. Like, has to be a very good friend or family member or a love interest. Like, you have certain fondness, right? So don't say that. I mean, you can, but just be aware of what you're saying. It has a different meaning than what you might expect. So yeah, jeg er glad for dig is different. And this one, jeg er glad til dig, is just, well, nonsense. You're not gonna hear that. Jeg er glad til dig. I'm not gonna happen. It's just weird. It's just non-existent. Jeg er glad på din vej. Yeah, I just kind of put that in there to throw you guys off, because you have vegne here, but it's a different word. So glad på din vej, like I'm happy, like someone has a road or a street, and then you're standing there like, I'm standing here on your road, on your way, and I'm happy. It's kind of weird, eh? So grammatically possible, but very hard to imagine an actual scenario where that happens. No, it is jeg er glad på dine vegne, because vegne is like behalf, right? So I'm happy on your behalf. You could also say it in another context, jeg taler på hans vegne, I speak on his behalf, eller på vegne af, on behalf of. That's also a thing. But in this case, it's like, hey, congratulations, man, that's awesome, happy for you, right? Kind of like that. So yeah, now you know this, right? I think this is new information to a lot of you. Okay, næste. This one can also be tricky. So they had an argument, like a fight. They're like a quarrel, verbal fight. Alright, what are the options? De havde et argument. De havde en slåskamp. De havde et skænderi. De havde en fejde. De havde et argument. De havde en slåskamp. De havde et skænderi. De havde en fejde. This might be the hardest one today, cause yeah. Let's see what the answer is. De havde et skænderi, the third one, because, let's see. De havde et argument. Don't say that, unless you mean a specific argument, like in discussion, like you have some intellectual discourse, and someone's like, well, this is my argument. It's an argument for a point, or for a case, not an argument like a fight. It is different. That is what argument is. So de havde et argument is correct, but different. It doesn't apply here. De havde en slåskamp. That is interesting, and it's also grammatically correct, but again, different meaning, because slåskamp is a physical fight. You could call it a fist fight, although slås just means fight or fighting, so it doesn't say it has to be with fists or hands or legs or heads or whatever you're doing. Right? But that is a physical fight. Slåskamp, like at slås, to fight. In the like violent way, not to fight for something like a cause, but like don't, like, so yeah. And de havde en fejde, the last one. Fejde is feud, right? You know, like in English, feud between rivaling parties or whatever it might be. Fejde. So again, that's correct, but it has a different meaning. So that is not the same as an argument. It has a fight, which is like a single occurrence. So that is the difference. Skænderi, right? De havde skænderi, because skænderi is like a fight, a verbal fight, an argument, a quarrel, if you will. It comes from at skændes. At skændes is to fight, like and then skænderi is the noun. You know, we have a lot of nouns in Danish ending with ri, right? And then a little bonus info, when they end with ri, that is also where you put the stress. Okay? Skænderi. De havde et skænderi. Oh yeah. Alright. Let's move on. Next one we have is, she looks so sweet or cute. Now the reason why I put these two words here is because sød means both. Alright? And that can be annoying maybe, but in Danish it's the same word. So yeah. What are the options? Hun set så sød. Hun så så sød ud. Hun ser så sød ud. Hun så så sød ud. Alright, think about it. Hun set så sød. Hun så så sød ud. Hun ser så sød ud. Hun så så sød ud. There's a lot of S's here. What do you think? Let's find out. The answer is hun så sød ud. And this is not a mistake, okay? Why would I have the same word twice? Well, it's just the same spelling, but they're pronounced differently, okay? So is saw or looked, and så is so, right? Like so sweet, so cute. So they're spelled the same, but they have different pronunciation and different meaning. Hun så sød ud. Hun så sød ud. Hun så sød ud. She looks so sweet, cute. Up in the top, set. Don't say set, because set is seen, and present perfect. Har set, have seen, or has seen. So that is different. It doesn't work here. And also it's missing the ud. You gotta have the ud. So that's another problem. The second one, hun så sød ud. The problem is sødt, right? Because sødt is, well, it's the adjective, but it's with the T. And you can't say that about a person as an adjective. You could say hun sov sødt, like she slept sweetly. That's weird English, but like the way she was sleeping was sweet or cute. Sov sødt. But that's as an adverb. As an adjective, you cannot say T about people. Like you cannot put T to the adjective when you're talking about people. We don't do that. Yeah. Hun ser så sød ud is also wrong, because ser is, I think you might know it, ser means, well, see or look, right? The present tense. So that's not gonna work, because remember, looked. Therefore, hun så sød ud. Okay? That's how it is. Hun så sød ud. Alright. We got this one. Let's see. Now he is king. Okay, it's kind of simple. Nu er han konge. Nu han er konge. Nu er han kong. Nu er han konge. Nu er han konge. Nu han er konge. Nu er han kong. Nu han konge. Which is correct? Yeah, I think most of you have guessed it already. Nu er han konge. The first one. Why? Well, the second one, it has a classic problem, a mistake that some of you might be very familiar with, all of you. It lacks inversion. You gotta have inversion, because no describes something with time. Or it's like no, now, senere, later, i dag, today, i morgen, tomorrow, yada yada, nogle gange, sometimes, altid, always. You gotta have inversion, okay? So, no han er konge, you might be tempted to say that because you're doing direct translation from English, but you don't do that. You gotta have that inversion. It's really, really important. I think it's the most common mistake for all learners. Really, no matter where you're from, it seems to be a challenge. But there are rules, and I made another video about it, so have no fear. You can check that out. Alright, and the third one, nu er han kong. Well, that's the wrong word. It's not kong, it's konge. Then you might be thinking, oh, but is there something called kong? Yes, there is, but that is the title, eh? So you have, we're gonna have Kong Frederik one day, or Kong, well, Charles, eh? That is in the title, but a king, or just as a job description, which it kinda is here, it's konge, eh? That's like the original word. So yeah, nu er han konge, not kong. And of course there's King Kong, but that's different. Alright. Nu er han konge. Yeah, that's. I mean, I think you can tell that that's not the way, because there's no verb. You gotta have a verb. Come on, like nu er han konge. Yeah. Although to be fair, in real life, you know, we can be kind of annoying Danish people. I know that, right? because we talk like this. We talk like there's no air. It's kind of like, nu er han konge, nu er jeg glad, nu er jeg træt, nu er det tid, now it's time. You don't hear the air. So the way that could sort of be spelled is like no apostrophe and then that action, like without air. But I don't want to encourage you to write like that because it's not really correct. You can do it like in songs and chat, messenger, WhatsApp, whatever you're doing. But like if you're writing something just a little bit serious, stay away from that, right? So yeah. Okay, we have one left here. This very, very useful sentence. You're gonna use this a lot in your life. I know. Can you imagine a blue wolf? Yeah. Alright. What are the options? Kan du imaginere en blå ulv? Kan du forestille en blåt ulv? Kan du forestille dig en blå ulv? Kan du forestille en blå ulv? Og ulv. You can sort of mix it up like ulv og ulv. So, ulv. Kan du imaginere en blå ulv? Kan du forestille en blåt ulv? Kan du forestille dig en blå ulv? Kan du forestille en blå ulv? Take your time, think about it. Tag lige noget vand imens. Yeah, that's nice. Alright, let's see what the answer is. Kan du forestille dig en blå ulv? That is the answer. So the other ones here, they have problems. What are those? Kan du imaginere en blå ulv? That's not good. Because imaginere, yeah, you might be feeling like, well, imagine, imaginere, it's similar. Yeah, but imaginere would translate to imaginary. Like the adjective, like something that doesn't exist. So that is a different word. Right? We don't have imaginere, that's not really a thing in Danish, so don't do that. Imaginere is a different word. Kan du forestille en blåt ulv? Well, there are two problems here. We're missing the die, and it says blot. No, because blot is for it nouns. Like et blåt hole, like a blue head, et blåt vindue, a blue window, et blåt glass cup, whatever, right? So it has to be something with it. So you say blot. And yeah, the pronunciation changes from blå to blah, and like blah. That sounds funny, but it becomes blot. Right? So yeah, also very important to keep in mind. And the last one, kan du forestille en blå ulv? Yeah, it's close, but it's missing something. It's missing the die. You gotta have the die, D-I-G, down here. Because it's one of the reflexive verbs. We have some of these verbs that are like at forestille sig, at hygge sig, at kunne tænke sig, and so on. There are many of those. And then of course, in the first person would be mig, and the second person would be die, and then it's us. You can imagine how that goes, right? And forestille is one of them. Kan du forestille dig en blå ulv? Can you imagine a blue wolf? Amazing. En af mine venner spiller bas. En af mine venner spiller bas. One of my friends plays bass, or the bass. So this is very straightforward. Like, en af mine venner, one of my friends. That's pretty much the same in English. Like it's a subset or division or part of. Right? So that is the same as in English. Pretty simple. En af mine venner spiller bas. En af mine venner spiller bas. And you can say it in different ways. Okay, næste. Hvor meget af kagen spiste du? Hvor meget af kagen spiste du? How much of the cake did you eat? So again, it's a part of something. Pretty straightforward. Hvor meget af kagen? And of course, it's important you say meget and not mange, because mange is like many, right? So countable. But you have one cake, so it's a part of one thing. Right? Therefore, hvor meget. En stor del af tiden forstår vi ikke noget. En stor del af tiden forstod vi ikke noget. A big part of the time we didn't understand anything. So also pretty similar. Del is of course part, so en stor del af tiden. A big part of the time. Yeah, and then there's inversion, as I mention in almost every video, because it's so important. Forstod vi ikke noget. We didn't understand anything. The verb forstod coming before the subject vi. Right? En stor del af tiden forstod vi ikke noget. Okay. Here we have, this is where it starts to get a little bit tricky, because it's not like in English. Barnet blev opdaget af en nabo. Barnet blev opdaget af en nabo. The child was caught or discovered by a neighbor. I wrote both caught and discovered because I was thinking of a scenario where a kid was doing something bad, maybe stealing apples or something. So that's why I said caught. But it could also be positive, like maybe you're a musical talent and then you're discovered by someone. Right? So it could be that as well. Yeah, so the child was caught or discovered by a neighbor. Because in Danish, when you want to say done by, like eaten by or seen by or made by, then you need to use a. Right? So when it's done by someone or by something, then it's a. Blev opdaget af en nabo. It's actually very simple. Okay, now this next one is similar. Dette er en melodi af en tysk komponist. Dette er en melodi af en tysk komponist. This is a melody by a German composer. So again, a is by. You could say in this case, it's not really an action, right? Like it's just, there's a song or melody and it's written or composed by this person, but it's not so active. This is a melody by a German composer. And notice how componist, we put the stress on the ist. Right? Whenever you have a Danish word that ends with ist, you put the stress there at the end, unless you have a reason to suspect it would be somewhere else. Okay. This one. Hvad blev du inspireret af? Hvad blev du inspireret af? What were you inspired by? So again, a meaning by, right? Because you are passive, you are receiver, you're on the receiving end. So whatever's out there, something triggered your inspiration. What is that? Hvad blev du inspireret af? And this can also teach you how to use the passive, right? Hvad blev du inspireret af? Okay. Alright, so this is a little bit different. As you can see, the translation also changes to off. So 2 F's here. Hun faldt af hesten. Hun faldt af hesten. She fell off the horse. That sucks. So that is the same as in English, right? Faldt af, fell off. Faldt af, fell off, faldt af, fell off. Yeah. Hesten. Can't really say anything about that. It's very straightforward. This one. Jeg tog hatten af. Jeg tog hatten af. I took the hat off. I took off the hat. But in Danish, you have to put a at the end. You cannot say, jeg tog af hatten. Well, you could, but that would be like you pick something from within or inside the hat. That's different. So, Jeg tog hatten af. I took the hat off. I took off the hat. Right? When we are taking something off, we are removing it, detaching it. That is a. Yeah, and same one here. Han tog tøjet af. Han tog tøjet af. He took the clothes off. He took off his clothes. Right? However you want to say it. Han tog tøjet af. Very simple. Okay. This is also like in English. Kongen af Norge rører aldrig. Kongen af Norge rører aldrig. The King of Norway never smokes. I don't know if you're ever gonna need to say that sentence, but it's here. So, this is the same. Right? Kongen af Norge. The King of Norway. Maybe I could say that, be careful with a word like this. Norge. Don't say Norge or Norge. Like you have to pronounce the G. Norge. Otherwise, you're gonna hear those sirens coming after you. Nah, but yeah, try to do it right. Right? Kongen af Norge rører aldrig. Alright. This one. Hun er medlem af en hemmelig klub. Hun er medlem af en hemmelig klub. She's a member of a secret club. Yeah. So, this is also like, organizations or institutions. When you are enrolled, then you can often say like medlem af, because you're a member of something. Medlem, that's a good word. Hun er medlem af en hemmelig klub. Er du stolt af det, du gjorde? Er du stolt af det, du gjorde? Are you proud of what you did? Now, when I say this out loud, it kind of sounds like we're being skeptical. Like, hey, you messed up. You're proud of that? It doesn't have to be that necessarily, although that is the most common context in which this sentence is used. So, stolt af, proud of. That is the same as in English. Er du stolt af det, du gjorde? Are you proud of what you did? Now, there's a lot of these where it's the same as in English or very similar to English, but that doesn't mean you can just always think that. You can't always assume that, okay, it's the same as in English, because it's not. Right? Sometimes it is, other times it's not. So we always gotta pay attention to that. Alright, let's move on. Jeg er træt af at spille. Jeg er træt af at spille. Tired of playing. And yeah, like playing a game, card game, computer game, sports, anything like that. Træt af, tired of. Right? It's the same. Træt af at spille. Tired of playing. Yeah. This one. Jeg har fået nok af hans undskyldninger. Jeg har fået nok af hans undskyldninger. That's a long word. I've had enough of his excuses. So if you're fed up with something, like, oh, no more of that, I'm done with that, then you can say this. Jeg har fået nok af, and then the thing you're tired of. Right? Because you're just fed up with it. Jeg har fået nok af hans undskyldninger. This one. Du fik hjælp af en gammel mand. Du fik hjælp af en gammel mand. You got help from or by an old man. Now this is interesting because in English you would say got help from. She did it on purpose. Hun gjorde det med formål. Hun gjorde det med vilje. Hun gjorde det med vilje. Hun gjorde det på formål. Okay, now think, because you have to guess which one is correct. Four options here. Hun gjorde det med formål. Hun gjorde det med vilje. Hun gjorde det med vilje. Hun gjorde det på formål. Yeah. And let's see, what is the answer? Hun gjorde det med vilje. And why is that? Well, let's look at the other ones. The first one, hun gjorde det med formål. Now, some of you may know that formål is purpose, and like it, formål, a purpose, something you want to do. But we don't use it here. Right? If you do something intentionally, you're meaning to do it, it's on purpose, then you say vilje, which really just means will or volition. Right? So, the second one, hun gjorde det med vilje. Look at that verb, that's not right. Gjort. Right? That is the present perfect. We don't want that here. We want the past. Right? Gjorde, not gjort. Hun gjorde det med vilje. And the last one, på formål, like, what is that? Like, that is just whack. That's totally wrong, of course. Yeah, so it is the third one. Hun gjorde det med vilje. Hun gjorde det med vilje. Alright, coolio. This next one is, thanks to your brother, we won. Like a sports game match, something like that. Takket være din bror, vandt vi. Tak til din bror, vandt vi. Takket være din bror, vi vandt. Takket være din bror, vi vinder. Let's see. Takket være din bror, vandt vi. Tak til din bror, vandt vi. Takket være din bror, vi vandt. Takket være din bror, vi vinder. Yeah, what you gonna do? Alright, let's see. What is the answer? Yes, the first one. Takket være din bror, vandt vi. Alright, that's the one. Let's look at the second one here. Tak til din bror. Yeah, that's tempting because you got like, oh, thanks to, so tak til, but no. When you're thinking like it's a positive thing, like owing to or okagede in Japanese, then you gotta say takket være. Right? So it's very important that you say that. Tak til is like if you're thanking someone. Oh, tak til ham, like thanks to him, like I thank him. Tak til dig or something like that. But here it's about the cause, right? The thing that brought that a positive change or consequence. Yeah. And the third one, takket være din bror, vi vandt. But that's a problem. It's look at this. Vi vandt. Come on. And that's wrong because you gotta have inversion, right? Vandt, vi. Strictly speaking, you don't really need this comma. I just put it so you can sort of split it into two. It's for learning purposes, right? Vandt, vi, not vi vandt. And the fourth one, takket være din bror, vi vinder. Well, here there are two problems. Because, first of all, there's no inversion, so that's bad, okay? You gotta have inversion here. And vinder is the present tense, so that's also wrong, because this is, of course, past, right? Vandt. Takket være din bror, vandt vi. Let's put some emotion into it. Oh, takket være din bror, vandt vi. Takket være din bror, vandt vi. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, cool. Alright, so this one is, you deserve to be promoted. Okay, deserve to be promoted. Du fortjener at være forfremmet. Du fortjener at blive forfremmet. Du tjener at blive forfremmet. Du fortjener blive forfremmet. Okay, think for a second. Du fortjener at være forfremmet. Du fortjener at blive forfremmet. Du tjener at blive forfremmet. Du fortjener blive forfremmet. Oh, and maybe some of you picked up on the fact that sometimes I say like blive and other times it's like blive. And either one is fine, right? It's like in normal life, in everyday life, you're generally gonna hear like blive, and sort of like a U or W, that kind of sound. But if you say it very slowly, it's fine to say blive. So you're gonna hear both out there. But which one is correct? These 4 options. We got them, but which one is correct? Yeah. Let's see. Du fortjener at blive forfremmet. The second one. Du fortjener at blive forfremmet. Now, let's look at the first one. Du fortjener at være forfremmet. There's something wrong. It is not how it's supposed to be. Være forfremmet. But være is be, right? I mean, would be tempting to make it that one, but it's not. Because it's an action, eh? So when it's like an action, something that's being done to you, you're passive to be promoted. Then you gotta have blive or blive, not være. Være would be used with an adjective, eh? Like du fortjener at være lykkelig, you deserve to be happy, something like that. That would be correct, but not here, because this is a verb. So at være forfremmet is wrong, eh? At blive forfremmet. And this third one, du tjener or tjener, but that's a different word. Let's just say du tjener at blive forfremmet. Yeah, that's not quite right either, because it's a different verb. Eh? So tjener, the one that I thought of when I wrote this was you sort of serve or you make, and like tjene penge, to make money. So some of you already know that, so it might be tempting to put that in there, but it's not the right word. It's fortjener, right? Also, tjener is a waiter or waitress. So yeah, but that's slightly different pronouncing, like tjener, not tjener. So that's longer, and that's a noun, of course. So that is incorrect. And the fourth one, du fortjener blive forfremmet. Yeah, you can see it. And like, where's the at? You gotta have the at, and you gotta have at before this infinitive. Like blive is of course infinitive, like to be or to get, right? So the right answer is du fortjener at blive forfremmet. And that's how it is. Alright. So, what we got here? He's become good at it, or he's gotten good at it. He's practicing and now he's better. Let's see. Han er blevet god til det. Han er blevet god at det. Han er blevet godt til det. Han er blevet god til det. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think? Han er blevet god til det. Han er blevet god at det. Han er blevet godt til det. Han er blevet god til det. Yeah. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna show you then. Which one is it? Han er blevet god til det. Let's look at the other ones. Now the second one, han er blevet god at det. I just put this one here as a trap, for those of you who are trying to take a shortcut. Don't. Now, if you're good at something in Danish, it's til. Hvad er du god til? Jeg er god til det her, jeg er god til det der, og det er jeg ikke god til, and so on. Being good at is god til. So remember that as the preposition. Not the second one. Han er blevet godt til det. Yeah, but that doesn't fly. That is really not good, because godt, you cannot say that about a personal pronoun. And like han, hun, jeg, og du, og de, og vi, like, and so on. You cannot say godt in the adjective. You can say it as an adverb, and like got something like he did well, blah blah blah. But you cannot say it as an adjective. I've seen it sometimes. I've seen some comments where someone says, "Oh, du er smukt," eller han er godt, or it's like, no. Don't put the T to the adjective when it's personal pronoun. We don't do that. So yeah. And the last one, han er blevet god til det. That's just whack. Because blev is what? Blev is past tense. But we want present perfect. He has become, or he has gotten. Han er blevet. So don't mix those. Don't mix the past and the present perfect. Some people do it. I mean, it's okay, but try not to. So, han er blevet god til det. That's the way. Coolio. Så, den her. My eyes are smaller than yours. Okay. Mine øjne er mere små end dine. Mine øjne er mere lille end dine. Mine øjne er mindre end dine. Mine øjne er mindre end dine. Yeah, what is it? Mine øjne er mere små end dine. Mine øjne er mere lille end dine. Mine øjne er mindre end dine. Mine øjne er mindre end dine. Yeah. What is it? Let's see the answer. Mine øjne er mindre end dine. Okay, so why not the other ones? Mine øjne er mere små end dine. Yeah, we don't say that, because mere små, that is tempting to say. It is correct that we say små in the plural, when we have something like mine små fødder, my little feet. You don't say lille fødder. So yeah, if you know that, that's good. But it's smaller, so it's mindre, and that's why it's lille, mindre, mindst, smallest. Yeah. Second one, mine øjne. This is too easy because there are two mistakes here. But yeah, again, you see it. Mine øjne, that is of course wrong, because mine would be singular. You gotta have that E, because it's mine. Yeah. Mere lille, can't say it. Nobody will say it. Yep. Mine øjne, there it is again. That's singular. Mine, we don't want it. No. And then din is also singular. You can't do that. So, not with this anyway, because øjne is plural. And yeah, of course, the right one is mine øjne er mindre end dine. That is the proper one. It's plural, mine, dine, and mindre is the right adjective. Right? So that's how it is. Or the right form of the adjective. That's the proper way of saying it. Okay, let's see the next one. Oh yeah, this is very, very realistic. She was eaten by a bear. Hun blev spist for en bjørn. Hun blev spist af en bjørn. Hun blev spist by en bjørn. Hun blev spist til en bjørn. Okay, so these are all prepositions. Well, most of them. Hun blev spist for en bjørn. Hun blev spist af en bjørn. Hun blev spist by en bjørn. Hun blev spist til en bjørn. Alright. What you gonna do here? It's a short sentence. Yeah, so it's a passive. She was eaten. Hun blev spist. Let's see the answer. It is Hun blev spist af en bjørn. The second one. Alright, what's the problem here? What about the first one? Hun blev spist for en bjørn. Just nonsense. I mean, it's hard to imagine. That would be like she was eaten for the sake of a bear. I mean, it's not impossible grammatically, but it's very hard to imagine, right? So don't even go there. The third one, Hun blev spist by en bjørn. And this was hard for me to say out loud because it's really weird, and I want to set up a trap for you guys by saying by, but by is of course not by, like you're doing something that was done by you. Na. By is of course city or town. So yeah, that is not even a preposition. And then this last one, blev spist til en bjørn. That's also very hard to imagine any scenario where that would make sense. Spist til en bjørn. Now, again, don't even go there, right? So there's really only one good option here, and that's the second one. Hun blev spist af en bjørn. And remember this, please, guys. When you're talking about something passive, or like who it was done by, then you gotta say af, right? You would also say en historie af, story by, en sang af, a song by, and so on. Okay? Alright, cool. So, the next one is, oh, that's very short. It's a promise. It's a promise. Det er et love. Det er et løfte. Det er et lov. Det er et løftet. Yeah. What you gonna do? Det er et love. Ja. Det er et løfte. Det er et lov. Det er et løftet. Yeah, how do you know and how do you tell which one is correct? Yeah. Well, let's see. Det er et løfte. Why? Well, okay, so promise. Now in English, promise can be a verb and it can also be a noun. But in Danish, that's different because you have the first one here. Et love. Det er et love. You can't say that because love is the verb. Ikke at love noget. To promise something. Det lover jeg. I promise that. So yeah, you gotta know the word class. Det er et løfte is of course the noun, right? So then the third one, det er et lov. Well, you cannot say it lov. You can say en lov, but that is law, L-A-W, something in the legal world. So that's different. Doesn't work here. And then det er et løftet. You can't say that because, well, think about it. Løftet is the promise. Right? It's not a promise, but the promise. So that's also wrong. Yep. And that is basically how it is. Det er et løfte. Yes, exactly. Alright. This one, oh, I had a very good time writing this one. Alright, let's see. In English you would say, it's a dirty toothpick. Det er en beskidt tandstik. Det er en beskidt tandstik. Det er en beskidt tandstikker. Det er en beskidte tandstik. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Det er en beskidt tandstik. Det er en beskidt tandstik. Det er en beskidt tandstikker. Det er en beskidte tandstik. They do look quite similar, but they're not the same. Yeah, let's see. Let's see what we got here. Det er en beskidt tandstik, because tandstik is toothpick. Why not the second one? Because tandstik, det er en beskidt tandstik. Well, tandstik is match, right? Like the old times you would light a match, that kind of thing. So yeah, Det er en beskidt tandstikker. That is wrong, because tandstikker would be plural. Alright? But it's just one. Tandstick, not sticker. And the fourth one. Det er en beskidte. Doesn't work again. Beskidte, that's plural. Det er en beskidt tandstick. That's the right one. The first one. It is a dirty toothpick. Alright. Næste. What we got? I'm playing with my son. Oh, and in this case, I mean like playing like free play, maybe with some toys, action figures, not sports, because that'll change the verb in Danish. So, free play. Okay, what we got? Yeah, jeg leger med min søn. Jeg legede med min søn. Jeg leger med min søn. Jeg leger med min søn. Jeg leger med min søn. Jeg legede med min søn. Ja. Jeg leger med min søn. Jeg leger med min søn. Yeah, they sound very, very similar. I know that. But look at the spelling. The spelling matters. What we got here? What we got is... Jeg leger med min søn. This one, the last one, with the G. It's important. Now the first one, pronunciation is the same. Jeg leger. But this with a J means rent. Like renting an apartment. Which is why lejlighed is apartment. So yeah, the spelling is very important here. And I guess you're not renting a place with your son. So, jeg legede med min søn. The second one is, well, it's the correct verb, but it's the past tense. Jeg legede is I played. So that's also wrong. And then, of course, the third one is wrong because, well, two reasons. The reasons is the J here, so we can't do that. And also, it's infinitive. You can't do that. You got off the present tense. Jeg leger med min søn. Okay, this is the last one. And what we got is, this isn't working. Okay. Det her arbejder ikke. Det her fungerer ikke. Det her værker ikke. Det her arbejde ikke. Alright, so you have something and it's just not working. Det her arbejder ikke. Det her fungerer ikke. Det her værker ikke. Det her arbejde ikke. Alright, what do you think, guys? What is the answer? The answer is... Det her fungerer ikke. Interesting. Why is that? Well, det her arbejder ikke. Arbejde is work as in you going to work. But it's not working like functioning or it being effective. It's different. And that's what we're talking about here. Something that is working and fulfilling its function. Det her værker ikke. Værker is not even a verb. Oh, maybe it is in some old Danish. I'm not a dictionary, but værker would be the noun. Like værker, power plants. Well, sort of like Kraftwerk, that's power plant. So yeah, like in German, what's that techno band? Kraftwerk. Alright, I'm ranting here. But yeah, so that's not it. And det her arbejde ikke, that is just wrong. I mean, it's arbejde, so that's incorrect. And then it's infinitive, so don't do that. Fungerer is the way. That's the verb you want to use here. I could also say virker. I'll just spell it out for you. Virker. 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 The difference between virker and fungerer, they're very similar, but the difference is that fungerer is sort of like how healthy or how sustainable it is. It could be a system in a society or a relationship, like it's working, it's a good one. Where virker is more like it's effective. And like you tried something, a technique, and then, oh, it worked, it paid off, it got the job done. So it's not the same. Yeah. That is the difference between virker and fungerer. But for now, just remember that when you're talking about something like, it's not working, like it's so dysfunctional, this is messed up, we can't keep doing this, you would say fungerer. Right? That's the one. Alright, super duper. Super duper indeed.